Okay. All right, I would like to call the regular meeting of the Carmel Planning Commission to order. It's a beautiful spring day out there, and we have a really interesting agenda today. We're going to say goodbye and hello. We've got, we're going to talk about the finances of the city, the housing element. We've got design studies and use permits. I don't think I've ever seen quite such a varied agenda. So with that, can we have roll call, please?
Commissioner Ahlborn?
Here.
Commissioner Karapetkov?
Here.
Commissioner Locke?
Here.
Commissioner Ruess?
Here.
And Chair LePage?
Here. Okay. First item on the public agenda are public appearances. So anyone from the public can speak to the Planning Commission at this time on any matters of municipal concern which are not on our agenda today. I remind you that we are ruled by the Brown Act and you're expected to abide by that. So is there anyone in the chamber? I see Nancy Toomey come forward. Come on up and speak to us about any items which are not on our agenda tonight.
I hope this counts. Just wanted to thank Erin for all of her efforts on behalf of our Planning Commission. It's very appreciated, and we hope to see her in another role in the city doing whatever magic she can continue to contribute in the years to come. So my appreciation to Erin.
So, or is there anybody else in the chamber that would like to speak to the Planning Commission on any items which are not on our agenda today? Any hands up online?
No, sir.
Okay, so that brings us to the announcements, and first announcement I would like to make is all the planning commissioners would like to thank Erin. If she could come up here. Commissioner Erin Allen, she was an invaluable member of this board commission, and we are going to sorely miss her, and we want to sincerely thank her and wish her good luck in any endeavors, and hopefully maybe in the future she will get involved in some other things in the city, because we always need intelligent input from active citizens. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It was actually a privilege and an honor, and Chair LePage, you are a fantastic leader, and I learned a lot working here on the Planning Commission, and so I feel like I've gained some new friends, and it was a great experience. So thank you.
You are quite welcome. You'll be missed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Erin, would you mind just coming right back up?
Come
I wanted
back.
to wait until you sat down.
We're not done with it yet.
Oh, thank you so much.
Is on behalf of the city.
Oh, thank you.
And then got a card. Also has a little surprise for you.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you.
You're quite welcome.
Oh,
So nice.
oh.
We'll just reel you in again.
Yeah, exactly. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you, Erin.
Thank you, Erin. And with that, I would like to welcome the newest member of the Planning Commission, Kevin Ruess. I'm sorry, I'll get that right. Ruess. We're really looking forward to working with you, Kevin. I know all the commissioners feel that way, and we want to welcome you to the commission and this team. All right, thank you. Any other announcements from staff or director? Okay, that moves us on to the consent agenda. Items on the consent agenda are considered to be routine in nature and do not require discussion, but any members of the public or the commission can ask for items to be pulled for further discussion if need be. We have 3 items on the consent agenda tonight. We have the monthly activity report from Planning and Building. We have the May 13th regular meetings for the Planning Commission and the May 19th special meeting Planning Commission minutes. So is there any Planning Commissioner want anything pulled, questions?
Can I comment?
Sure, yeah, you can comment.
Just a quick comment. Thank you, Chair. The monthly activity report has some new columns and a little more information, and I think it's absolutely awesome. Oh, are you not able to hear me? Is this a little better? Okay, thank you. The monthly activity report has additional columns, especially in the planning section. It's absolutely wonderful. Thank you for that additional information. I hope it serves staff and property owners as much as it helps us. And with that, I would move that we accept the consent agenda as listed here.
Second.
Okay, before we do that, I just want to see, is there anybody in the audience that has any questions about the consent agenda? Want to make any comments? Any hands up online?
No, sir.
Okay, roll call, please.
Commissioner Ahlborn?
Yes?
Commissioner Karapetkov?
Yes.
Commissioner Locke?
Yes.
Commissioner Ruess?
I'm going to abstain since I wasn't here for those meetings.
Sure. And Chair LePage?
Yes, motion is carried. All right, that brings us to the orders of business. First order of business tonight is an update on the design guidelines report, and Tom Ford, the project manager, is going to present that.
If we could get the screen such that we can pull the PowerPoint presentation up, please. I think you might still need to drag. Oh, there you go. Thank you. Well, good afternoon, Chair, Commissioners, and welcome, Commissioner Ruess. My name is Tom Ford, and as Chair LePage said, I'll be giving another update on the process of finishing the Residential Design Guidelines 1.5. This will be a 5-minute long presentation with an opportunity for questions and feedback at the end. So the production team, which is the group that's tasked with completing the residential guidelines, continues to use a hybrid working model consisting of, so we have individual tasks and small group work. The individual tasks are still very well-defined tasks, and the small group work is primarily going word by word for each core principle as we edit it. We've concluded 2 out of the 4 intended cycles or months. Each cycle is 1 month. Here's a little snapshot of our schedule. The 4 monthly cycles I am referring to are April, May, June, and July. And this is what I would consider to be a dynamic schedule. So the schedule continues to actually evolve a little bit as we learn what's working and what's not. And the remaining months in our cycles are still projected to be June in the upper right-hand corner and July in kind of the bottom left or middle left. We're still projecting that the draft of the residential guidelines will be completed by the August 12th regular Planning Commission meeting. And overall kind of reminder here is that this is the best case scenario. A short timeline, or relatively short, 5 or 6 months here, a short timeline to complete the residential design guidelines 1.5 is purposeful. If the situation had called for additional time, that can be accommodated, but we're moving forward with our target adoption date of September 1st for City Council. So where are we at with regard to our major milestones? On the screen here appears 8 major milestones, 3 of which are substantially complete. Our future small group meetings will address each remaining core principle one by one. And regarding the very bottom line that says red line example, so there was an attachment in the agenda packet, and that was of a red line that we had done, and that was more to show that we are tracking our edits as opposed to providing the exact red line of the exact red line that we will end up giving to the Coastal Commission. Because the final product, the final red line product, will likely be more of a matrix style. So 1 column, the previous or the current 2001 design guidelines, and the other column being where that information appears in the 1.5 guidelines. And it will show if the language has changed. So the production team has added in the past month a lot of language related to fire resiliency. On the screen is one of those examples. I thought this was just a great example of something. I think Chair LePage may have put this. He did extensive work on researching this, and I believe this is his sole work. And we all thought it was fantastic. It's a fire resilient design matrix. So essentially, this will be this matrix provides applicants with pre-approved materials that meet current safety mandates. in various design, relative to various design elements. I know that's very small for the folks in the crowd, but it is in the agenda packet, and I think it's just a great example. We do have one more here of fire resiliency related language that was added to a previously existing guideline of the draft. And essentially I wanted to note that we point to the fire standards as opposed to quoting every one of them, because as we've learned over the past 2 or 3 years, the standards tend to change. So we can get around that by linking to the standards, such as we see on the screen with the in this case, there would be a link to the WUI standards. Some brief process updates. Our small group meeting, so 4 to 5 of us, that is again the word by word, core element by core element, or core principle by core principle group will be meeting weekly. That's our aim, to meet weekly on Tuesdays. The full production team will continue to meet monthly. Each future small group editing meeting will focus on one core principle per meeting. And a couple of us are currently searching for an editor and graphic designer. We did have one very specific question for the commission. Jake, would you mind just providing like a little bit of background, kind of how we got to this question, please? And Jake, before you go, this is actually the end of the presentation. So following this, people can ask, provide feedback or any questions or anything.
So at our last month sprint, the first small groups meeting, we did the fire resiliency. Second one, we did chapter 3, and we discussed also the new design guidelines that were created, including stuff about entertainment spaces outside with hot tubs, decks, and stuff. And then decks specifically and rooftop decks. And we were going back and forth on how best to address some frequent concerns we see. As the Planning Commission, you guys are aware that we get a lot of privacy concerns related to decks, and there's an existing guidelines about not looking into neighboring outdoor spaces or into their homes. There was the idea floated of limiting the total size of individual decks to no greater than 100 square feet. And so we thought that was a good way to kind of limit how much they are on a property to hopefully prevent large outdoor party spaces and areas that could be potential privacy concerns or have view impacts. So the thought was, if you can have multiple decks, but no deck should be greater than 100 square feet, and that would kind of nip a lot of these problems in the bud before they arose. So we wanted to present that to the whole commission, because I know Commissioner Locke and Chair LePage were there when we were discussing these, and we had thoroughly talked about these ideas, but we wanted to present it to the rest of you guys and see if you had thoughts, maybe more insights. There's discussion on limiting the total amount of decking to 100 square feet, individual decks to 100 square feet, maybe having that number be 150, 100, having it just be limited to rooftop decks, or having it be applied to all decks, balconies, rooftop decks, whatever. So we just wanted your input to see if you had any thoughts on it, or any tweaks to the language, or just anything.
And just to expand a little bit, I think we also discussed about type of activities on the rooftop decks. So we discussed about limiting, not allowing hot tubs, not allowing outdoor TVs. Those were a couple of the items that we did discuss.
One comment that I could make to that, the Coastal Act speaks to conditions for deck approvals. I don't know if you folks got into that part when you were in your subcommittee. And the deck approvals definitely, this is in the Coastal Act Chapter 3, Section 3253. And it talks about use intensity. So it's quite in line with what you're thinking about. For me, this is a very important question, and I wouldn't mind having this as a bit of homework to take back with me for the coming month, to think about and consider some past design studies that we've seen. Would that be possible?
Yeah, we have time. We're not, you don't have to make a decision right now. What we wanted more was, as Tom said, we want to get some feedback from the other commissioners who weren't there in the discussion. So that's exactly what your comments, what we're looking for. Commissioner Karapetkov, you have some comments on the decks? roof decks? This is specifically to rooftop decks.
Yeah, we have quite a bit of, we had several projects recently. Okay, now? Okay, okay. We had several projects recently where relatively large decks were proposed, right? The last one was on Scenic or, yeah, it was close to Scenic. And I think the idea of limiting it to 100 square feet is something we can think about. Definitely, we need to figure out a way to control what's happening on top of these houses because they do have impact. It's not just the light pollution, but it's also noise, privacy, you know, I don't know, from a safety perspective, if there's any angle around that as well. So I would like to think about it similar to what Commissioner Ahlborn said and go through my notes from previous meetings and see what would make sense here. But it's great that this discussion is starting and it's happening. Thank you for doing that. Thank you.
Commissioner Rouse, you have some comments?
Can you hear me? Yeah, okay. Just noting this is regarding permissible roof decks. Roof decks remain generally discouraged. I'm not sure that's the right word, but throughout the city, that's correct?
We haven't had any specific regulations on roof decks yet. As part of some recent rooftop decks that were creating more controversy with neighbors, we had, I had first put in an idea in the design guidelines of prohibiting any second-story rooftop decks. And then there's talks of, we don't get a lot of second-story rooftop decks, so it's more the first-story rooftop decks, but that's pretty comparable to a balcony. So we were trying to figure out how best to kind of encapsulate the concerns and address them appropriately. So no current regulations on rooftop decks.
Okay, and does the 100 square feet include the square footage required for access, like a stairway or whatever?
I think that would be a good thing to receive feedback from you guys. If it would be 100 square foot excluding the staircase, 100 square feet if it would be just rooftop decks, or if we want it to be for all decks and balconies included, if it would be a cumulative total or individually. So it's all, as we've said, we don't need a decision right now, but we were looking for feedback. And if the feedback is give you guys a month to muse on it in your own time and then come back next month, that's a perfectly acceptable answer.
But,
Okay.
but access has been part of the discussion.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that has been part of the discussion.
Yeah, one more thing. Is 100 square feet, is that number derived from some particular analysis or is just considered a starting point?
I think it just seemed like a good starting point. I don't think there's a, like, we didn't go through previous projects and say, oh, well, it seems all the ones over 100 feet are having problems, and it just seemed like a good round number to start from.
And it was kind of thought that that allows a usable space to go out and sit, have a couple chairs, a table, you know, enjoy the outdoors. That's kind of what we were thinking was a usable space.
Yeah, that sounds
But we
good.
don't want to expand, obviously, the activity into a lot of other types of activity.
And I would be interested in adding to the discussion, we know that rooftop decks are livable space. I mean, they're finished and there's some form of living area, and they're not included in our FAR. They are sometimes included in our volume, yes? And so just add that into our discussion, because they really indeed do extend the living area of a property. So I would love to hear more about what my fellow commissioners think about that as well.
Okay, one more quick question. Does are you seeing a trend line where more and more people are requesting roof decks? And because I'm wondering if that's related to, now that we're putting a lot of ADUs on properties, there's more lot coverage and not as much room for patios. I'm just curious if there's been a trend that seems associated with that.
I haven't done the research into that, but anecdotally, it does seem, with the ADUs specifically, ADUs do kind of eat up some patio space. And then because the ADU's there, your deck wouldn't count as a floor area, as Commissioner Ahlborn pointed out. And then because the ADU would be underneath it, it wouldn't count as the typical site coverage you'd have for a deck. So it is this kind of keyhole that people are going through to maximize their property.
Yeah,
So,
it provides an opportunity to put the deck without being penalized with site coverage, you know, and I think, I mean, I haven't done the analysis, but it seems like we've had rooftop decks proposed on top of ADUs. In fact, I think we have one tonight. So it does seem like there is a potential opportunity there, and it eliminates the, you know, being penalized in terms of site coverage. So, okay, do you have any more comments? And I need to take some, let the public come up, and thank you, Tom,
Thank you very much.
for that report. So I want to invite the public to come up at this time and make any comments about the, any of the progress on the design guideline revisions, or rooftop decks, or.
Good evening, Nancy Toomey here again. I would love to see, as a part of your homework assignment that you guys look to be signing up for, to have some, you know, a list of some of the recent projects that requested rooftop decks and their square feet to provide it to you in advance, so you kind of have a roster to reflect back on, as, you know, were they asking for 200 feet? Were they asking for 90 feet? What were they asking for? So I just think that would be a good tool, not only for the public, to just get a sense of what you're seeing come through, but again, to aid in your homework and thought process for a future meeting. Thanks.
Thank you, Nancy. Anyone else in the chamber like to make any comments about the design guidelines? Any hands going up online?
No, sir.
Okay, thanks again for that report. We'll move on to the other order. Oh, go ahead. Do you have some final comment?
Yes, thank you, Chair.
A final
Just-
comment?
Is that possible from Commissioner Ahlborn? I don't know, sir. One comment to the production team related to the design guidelines is a question of, well, first to comment on the new fire regulations look excellent throughout. Thank you for all that intensive work that was done. I am curious about how, especially not just materials, but also production will happen when renovations happen in a historic property. Because so much of what's in our historic fabrics, you know, our eaves, our vents, our roofing, our siding, all of it is in many ways not so much in compliance with the new WUI and the new fire regs. And I'm not necessarily asking that the design guidelines address how a historic property should be remodeled or viewed in light of the new fire regulations, but I do think some form of guidance should be in there for owners of historic properties. Whether it's simply to point them in a direction, or it just in some way, I would like your production team to consider what the right balance is of addressing design guidelines for historic renovations related to the new fire regs. Thank you.
Did staff have any comment on that?
I think that's a good idea. I think there is some sections that speak on both natural and manufactured or synthetic materials and how to make sure that they're WUI compliant. But we could, I'm thinking honestly it might be chapter 3, which we already went over, but that wouldn't stop us from adding another guideline in there that specifically speaks for historic properties when compliant with the Secretary of Interior standards. Make sure that it's WUI compliant or something of that nature. We could add in a specific guideline that spoke to that I think would fit with that retained chapter.
Yeah, with the link to the Secretary of Interior's guidelines.
Right, and is there a section in Title 24? Do historic properties have their own chapter in Title 24? Chapter 8, maybe?
I think there's historic building code.
Well, anyhow, we don't have to
there is
discuss it here, but just if some thought could be to the right way to make sure that if a property owner of a historic property picks up these guidelines and has a look, that somehow in there they're going to realize that they have special conditions that they will undergo. when they do that.
Commissioner Rouse, you had an additional comment?
Yeah, sort of a quick question, maybe as much to the rest of the commissioners. I'm seeing here that, this was the first update in a very long time to this document. And just as Carmel sort of emerged organically from a combination of the setting and the kind of people who moved here and all that, and the different, very diverse styles of architecture reflect that diverse origin. What I'm thinking is that the context has now fundamentally changed because we're very constrained by the WU requirements now, by fire-resistant materials, the hardening. And I'm wondering how different is Carmel going to look because of fire hardening? And do we want to constrain the range of alternatives available to homeowners and to architects? Or do we want to make it broad and let this develop, I'll use the word again, organically as we adapt to this new context and the new set of materials that will look differently? Any thoughts on that?
Well, I think the key word there is constrained. We are going to be constrained, and it is going to affect what was a historical character of Carmel, because so much of the residential building here was done with wood. And, and also typically we used to encourage wood roofs, and those really are not going to be able to be encouraged anymore, and they're not encouraged by the revision design guidelines. But the good news is there are wood products, wood sidings, which because of the way they're treated through compression and different things, they do have higher fire ratings. I don't know if they go the full Class A on all wood, but they do have additional resistance to combustibility. So, but the short answer is yes. It's gonna change the character. I mean, just a defensible space is gonna change it. So, and those are going to be laws that we have to abide by. So that is going to be, it's kind of one of the things we're grappling with. Okay, any further comments? All right, I think we'll move on. Okay, the next order of business is going to be so the next item was the Gelato-by-the-Sea, but I see staff is recommending that that be continued. Was a particular reason
Yes, the
for that?
requester and owner of the property asked that it be continued.
Oh, okay, all right. Okay. Any members of the public want to make any comments on the continuation? All right. That's the case. I will make a motion that we continue this item to a date uncertain.
Yes.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, roll call, please.
Commissioner Ahlborn?
Yes.
Commissioner Karapetkov?
Yes.
Commissioner Locke?
Yes.
Commissioner Bruce?
Yes.
And Chair LePage?
Yes. Okay, the motion is carried. Okay, that brings us to the public hearings. First item on the public hearing tonight is the review of the draft for the general plan, this is for the consideration of the fiscal year capital improvement for consistency with the general plan. We have the staff report, please.
Just really quick report out. I do not have a presentation, but both state law and local law requires that the Planning Commission review the CIP project list and find them consistent with the general plan. That is what was presented to the Planning Commission in the staff report and the attached consistency matrix. There are 21 projects on that list, and all have been found to be consistent with the general plan.
Okay. Comments from the planning commissioners? Any comments?
Just one question. Is there anything about the beach? Is any of these projects related to the beach?
Yes, I believe the beach stairs are part. There's a eroded bluff emergency repair, shoreline infrastructure repairs, the sand ramp. Some of these are not the actual physical construction of the project, but more of the design and and doing the analysis. North Dune Habitat Restoration area.
Yeah, the reason I'm asking is because we had this wonderful presentation in December about beach erosion, and we had a very robust discussion about the measures that we can take to potentially solve that problem long-term. And if I remember correctly, the expert made a comment in that meeting that it may take up to 10 years to get California State to approve any adding additional sand to the beach, for example, things like that. So I was wondering if we don't have anything in the plan this year, does that mean that we are gonna think about it next year? Because at some point we have to make a decision and do the pre-work and kick off this process. If it takes 10 years, we're talking 2036. If we wanna have any improvement of our beach, that will take a while. So not sure if it's a good idea to think about it now.
Well, so the hazards analysis, that report has just been finalized. I was going to go over that during director's report. It's available for public review. So that report informs policies that will be created, and part of the implementation of those policies would be situations where are we bringing in sand? Like, what are those type of projects? Adaptive, retreat, or protect?
Yeah, that's coming.
Yeah.
It's going to be part of a featured workshop. There will be, projects will be designated, and then the council will make determination as to how to allocate the funds for those particular projects. But that's going to be an ongoing into the future. So what's before us tonight is a resolution to find that the general plan determination is it's determined to be consistent with the general plan. So I make a motion that we accept the resolution to determine that the capital improvements program is consistent with the general plan.
Second.
Any further discussion?
Nope.
All right. Roll call, please.
Would you like to take public comment?
Oh, I'm sorry. Are there anybody in the chamber that would like to comment on the capital improvements program? Any hands up online?
No, sir.
Okay. All right. In that case, no further discussion. We have roll call, please.
Commissioner Ahlborn?
Yes.
Commissioner Karapetkov?
Yes.
Commissioner Locke?
Yes.
Commissioner Ruess?
Yes.
And Chair LePage?
Yes. Okay, the motion is carried. Okay, the next item on the public hearings is the sixth cycle housing element amendment. This will be presented by Marnie Waffle, who's been working on this diligently for quite some time.
Take a minute so we can upload the presentation. Sure. What a great photo of that moose, though, right?
Are they native to Carmel?
No. Alaska.
All right, well, good afternoon. So I am going to present to the commission the proposed housing element amendment. we are seeking the Planning Commission's recommendation to the City Council on whether to adopt the amendment as well as the environmental document that's associated with it. So just as a little refresher on our housing element amendment, the 5 strategies that the amendment focuses on are the hotel to residential conversion program, the downtown mixed income program, a live-work program, accessory dwelling units, and housing on church properties. Regarding our timeline, we submitted the amendment to the state in November of 2025 and received comments back in January of this year. We resubmitted in March and then received some mid-review comments in April. We needed to make just a few minor changes before the state could complete their review. So we resubmitted in May, and then later on in the month, we got a letter from the state stating that the amendment does substantially comply with housing element law, and we could proceed with adoption hearings. And so that's why we are here this afternoon. A comparison of our housing sites inventory between the adopted housing element and the proposed amendment. This slide may look familiar. We've presented it before. On the left, you see the map of the sites inventory for what is currently adopted. It accounts for 410 units, which is a little bit more than our required 349 under the regional housing needs allocation. Below the 410, you see the breakdown of affordability. So that's 114 very low, 87 low, 58 moderate, and then 151 above moderate, or sometimes referred to as market rate units. On the right is the map for the proposed sites inventory. The main difference is that the units that were previously, or that are currently proposed for the Sunset Center and Vista Lobos have been dispersed to other sites throughout the city. The amendment includes a total of 434 potential housing units, so a little bit more than what's adopted, and then you can see the income breakdown underneath that. So as part of this 6-cycle housing element, the state recommended that each jurisdiction include a buffer between 15 and 30% of their regional housing needs allocation. And what this does is it provides some flexibility if certain sites listed in the sites inventory don't redevelop according to what was anticipated. We have a little bit of a buffer to work with. And this ties back into the no net loss provision of state law, which basically says at all times during the 6th cycle, we need to maintain enough sites to accommodate our regional housing needs allocation. So what you see circled in red at the top of this table is our regional housing needs allocation. And then the total capacity under the amendment is the potential for each income category, and you can see what the buffer is. Just as a refresher too, from our annual progress report between 2023 and 2025, we permitted 48 above moderate or market rate income units that count towards these numbers. So in the above moderate category, our allocation is 118, and we've already met 48 of those. So I'm just gonna go through each program at a really high level because there was not a whole lot that changed from the presentation in the fall of last year regarding the programs. A lot of the comments from the state were refinements to the programs and didn't require any substantive changes. So the hotel to residential program out of the universe of 948 hotel rooms, which is our cap in town. The housing element projects 161 units during the planning period could be produced under this program, where a hotel is converted into housing, and then those hotel rooms are either sold or transferred to another site in town. The program does require that some of those units be affordable, so you see kind of the breakdown there. The goal being that these are mixed income projects, not 100% necessarily affordable. So these are the estimated projections for that program, a total of 161 units. The downtown mixed income program, 2 sites were identified for inclusion in the housing element. However, this program is open to all sites in the downtown, so it's not just limited to these 2 sites. These 2 sites represent what the possibilities are for this program. And again, the idea is that they're mixed income. So there's a variety of lower income, moderate, and then above market rate units as part of this program. And so we've identified 12 for the sites inventory, 12 units. The Live Work program. So this is a program which would take some either vacant, underutilized commercial spaces and convert them into housing. Again, it's not limited to these 8 sites, but these 8 sites show the vast potential of this program throughout the downtown. And so that program is projected that it could produce up to 78 live-work units. And then I guess want to mention too, while we're talking about downtown, right now residential is allowed, is an allowed use throughout our downtown area. So that is not something new that's happening under the housing element. It's already an allowed use. And under the current regulations right now as well, any new development downtown that includes a second story, that second story has to be occupied by residential units. So the city has some strong policies when it comes to housing that are already in place, and these programs would just build upon those. Regarding accessory dwelling units, this projection is the same as what you saw last time. So we had looked at our trends between 2019 and 2024, and we were averaging about 10 ADUs per year. So we projected that out through the 6-cycle housing element, and that's how we came up with the 70 units. The state does allow for projection purposes for you to divide those units up into different income categories, and that's what you see there on the affordable breakdown. The last program are the religious facility sites. So there are 3 out of the 5 that we have listed in the housing element. All 3 have indicated a strong desire to develop housing on their properties. We've done some extensive outreach with them, met with them multiple times, and are working with them on some pre-applications to really kind of tease out what's possible on their properties. And between these 3, there's a potential for 65 units. So here's the housing sites inventory table again that summarizes all of the potential housing sites under the amendment. You can see them broken down by program as well as affordability. So the amendment does maintain our ability to meet our RENA as well as maintain a buffer. So the housing element amendment is a general plan amendment, and the adopted housing element was required to go through environmental review. The city council did adopt a mitigated negative declaration for the housing element. So as part of the amendment, that document was reviewed and it was determined that an addendum was appropriate. So an addendum has been prepared to the adopted mitigated negative declaration. The analysis and conclusions remain unchanged and the mitigation measures are adequate. And so one of the actions we'll be asking the Planning Commission to take is to make a recommendation on the environmental document. So staff's recommendation is the Planning Commission adopt a resolution recommending that the City Council approve the addendum to the adopted environmental document. And then also adopt a second resolution recommending that the City Council adopt a resolution amending the general plan and adopting the housing element amendment. And that concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions for staff? We have a question, Commissioner
Only
Karapetkov?
one question. Can you go back to the, a couple of slides? I don't remember which slide was that. Not that one, the one before that. Oh, here we go. So the stone house terrace, is that the same terrace that is now being discussed for historic significance?
Correct.
Would that impact in any way being part of this list or not?
It would not, no.
Okay, okay, good. Thank you.
Good.
I have a question. So the inclusion of these hotel residential suites, as they're called, these are sold to private individuals for part-year use. That seems to me like a timeshare or fractional interest use. And that's reflected in the municipal code. Some of you will probably remember the issue with the Picasa case in 2022, where the council reacted very rapidly due to tremendous public opposition to fractional ownership. So I'm wondering if you can address that on how that fits in with the code and what the plan would be for that going forward.
So one of the incentives for the hotel to residential program that is proposed is the inclusion of hotel residential suites. It's one of a number of incentives that we list in the housing element to encourage participation. Once we transition into implementation, we actually have to craft an ordinance to implement the program, and that ordinance will need to lay out what all of the incentives are for that program. In working with the AHA group, the hotel residential suites was seen as an opportunity to encourage participation by the hotels. It allows them to generate some income to offset the cost of purchasing hotel keys and then doing renovations. It is a fractional ownership because the suite would be owned by an individual. The details of how that would work will be teased out when we come forward with the ordinance. The idea is that the hotel residential suite would operate as a hotel room, but would have this separate ownership, which would guarantee an owner a right to stay there for a certain number of days throughout the year. It's not something we're obligated to include, but it's something that we believe might be needed to encourage participation. But that's definitely a conversation that we'll continue to have once we roll into implementation.
I'm wondering if there are concerns about, and obviously the ordinance would need to be very carefully written, but are there concerns that this could open the door to other kinds of fractional ownership?
So we will definitely work with the city attorney in that regard. The intent is not for this program to override that. Sometimes we make we write some exceptions into the code to achieve certain outcomes. And so what we'll be coming back to the Planning Commission and City Council with is, whether this is an appropriate exception to consider in exchange for affordable housing.
Thank you.
Question, Commissioner Ahlborn?
Thank you, Chair. Actually, more of a, I don't know if it's a question. It's a recommendation to change some of the language actually related to the hotel residential suites. the mitigated negative declaration document on page 6, section I-4, I believe, says, and I quote, "Purchasers of keys would have the ability to designate a subset of," end quote, which reads a little differently from the amendment. The amendment, chapter 2, page 216, and it's a bullet point under the program description. It reads, hotel residential suites. The city will explore the possibility of purchasers of keys. So there's subtle language change, but I believe significant difference in the language that I would recommend the mitigated negative declaration document, which is our Exhibit A this evening. I would recommend that you strike the language that says purchasers of keys would have the ability to designate a subset of, and then substitute in the language, which is newer language from the Housing Element 6 amendment in Chapter 2 on page 216 that reads, "The city will explore the possibility of purchasers of keys to designate a subset of." And in this way, both of those documents which are traveling together will actually quote one another. Thank you.
Does that change the resolution as presented by staff?
It does not. Your resolution would be a recommendation to the city council on what staff could do or would do based on the direction of the commission is to make those changes before the document goes to the city council for final adoption.
And that is the,
Is the addendum?
that would be in the first resolution, the CEQA?
Correct.
Yes.
So this is in attachment 1, Exhibit A, and you can see it on page 6, section I-4.
Okay, all right, comment?
Yeah, I have one more question about the workspace, the work-live spaces, which I think is a great idea. So in the example of the hotel residential suites, there's a specific incentive identified in the document. And, I mean, that constitutes, in my mind, a specific incentive. And yet for the work-live spaces, we're talking about deed restrictions, but I don't remember seeing those quantified. What is the trade-off of the incentive for this? I mean, a deed restriction is a pretty big deal. What is the thinking that that would be the appropriate incentives to have an owner do that?
So when the analysis was conducted of these potential spaces, what we found was that the amount of rent that a property owner could collect under a live workspace would be significantly more than what they would collect under just a sole commercial space. So these are not prime, retail spaces fronting Ocean Avenue. So the combined residential commercial land use would command higher rents for the property owner and would offset any kind of reduction in the residential rent for being deed restricted. So right now, the only option a property owner has is a commercial use downstairs on the first floor or a residential use on the second floor. And so this introduces a hybrid that we believe is economically viable.
Okay, and is there part of the, if the live workspace, it seems part of it would be deemed the live space and part would be the workspace.
Correct.
Is the rent then identified? Because if these are gonna rent at a premium compared to commercial space, and I understand that as commercial space, many of these are back room kind of, dark alley kinds of things, but if it's renting for more, does it then get pushed out of the lower ranks of affordable units? Or do you deem that only living space is considered, so it's divided into two parts,
Correct.
and they're scored differently in terms of affordability?
So the commercial space will not have any kind of rent restriction on it. It's just the living space that is deed restricted as an affordable housing unit.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm going to open up to the public. Any comments or questions from the public? Please come forward at this time. Any hands up online?
No, sir.
Okay, bring it back to the commission for final comments. Commissioner Locke?
Yeah, I think staff has done a fantastic job, and I'm very pleased to see that we are finally at the point where we can make a recommendation to the city council on this. I don't really have any comments on it. I think that Commissioner Ahlborn's suggestion to get consistency in the language between the neg deck and the document totally makes sense. And other than that, I'm supportive of moving forward.
Commissioner Ahlborn, do you have any more further comments? Mr. Rouse? Commissioner Karapetkov?
I have one or two comments. I cannot remember. I think I have at least one. So the first comment is, when I like the idea of this combined commercial housing units, where you have commercial on the first floor and housing on the second floor. It is different from living in the residential area. So I hope people who use or who live in these upstairs units do not have the same expectations in terms of privacy, being quiet, being, so it's not the R1 district. And we already had at least one case where, that expectation was demonstrated here. So I would like to make sure, I'm not sure exactly what can we do about it, but people need to know that when they move to these units and live in the commercial district, there will be noise, there will be deliveries, there will be tourists, and it's not gonna be like living in R1. The other comment I have is related to this idea to sell keys and convert hotel rooms into housing. I do not know if we have an example where this worked. So in engineering, when we don't know if something is going to work or not, we do a pilot. And so I would be curious if there's a hotel owner who would be willing to be our guinea pig for the pilot, so that we can try and see how it works. Usually in a pilot, you find all sorts of problems that you have never expected. So I would suggest, looking for an opportunity to pilot this, and if it works, that is great. Everybody else can copy it, but we need to make sure that it works. It looks good on paper, but I have seen a lot of projects that look good on paper, and they don't work in practice. So that was my second comment.
So I had a couple of quick questions. So you've been in conversations back and forth with ACD about this, and it looks like they're gonna accept it?
Yes, they have provided a letter stating that they have completed their review of the amendment, and they found it to be in substantial compliance. So once we adopt and resubmit, they will certify it.
Okay, and how does this affect our current document, which is in compliance? I mean, there's been some accusations about we're not meeting the goals of the adopted housing element. So do you have any comments on that?
Yeah, so there's no impact to the current document. We've continued to implement sections that do not overlap with the amendment. HCD was in agreement that made sense as we were, drafting up the amendment. So there's no issues there. Once the amendment is certified, it will become the, adopted housing element, and then we'll proceed with implementation under the amendment.
Okay, we have a couple of resolutions. I assume, we're making recommendations on the resolutions or recommendations? Or we're just making a recommendation to approve the resolution?
The resolution you're adopting a resolution, making a recommendation to the city
Right,
council.
right.
Yeah.
Okay,
And
So-
how do we get in the adjustment on the language? What happened, do we need
Your motion.
an emotion?
yeah, it's in the
Well, then why
motion.
don't I move?
Go ahead.
I would like to make a motion, and a delighted motion at that, at this juncture. Congratulations, everyone. So I would like to make a motion that we adopt the resolution for attachment 1, Exhibit A, that for the adopted mitigated negative declaration and associated mitigation monitoring and reporting program for the 6th cycle, to include a modification of language as mentioned earlier, striking the language on page 6. Purchasers of keys would have the ability to designate a subset of, replacing it with language from the Chapter 2, 216 from the amendment saying the city will explore the possibility of purchasers of keys to designate a subset of. That would be the first part of my motion. The second part of my motion would be to adopt resolution in attachment 2, recommending that city council adopt their resolution to amend the general plan by adopting the 6th cycle 2023 to 2031 housing element amendment, which exists as Exhibit A to attachment 2 in compliance with state housing element law.
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? Go hearing none, roll call, please.
Commissioner Ahlborn?
Yes.
Commissioner Karapetkov?
Yes.
Commissioner Locke?
Yes.
Commissioner Ruess?
Yes.
And Chair LePage?
Yes, the motion is carried. Okay, that was that's been a lot of work and really, yeah, for Marnie and the AHA group. Okay, that brings us to item number 8 on the public hearings. This is a design study 25139. This is the Shire Property Investments LLC. It's consideration of combined concept and final design study, coastal development for the demolition of a 1,245 square foot, one-story single-family residence and 192 square foot shed, and the construction of a 3,292 square foot, one-story single-family residence, inclusive of a 449 square foot attached garage, and it's on Monteverde Street. We have staff report, please.
All right, thank you, Chair. All right, so staff is recommending that the Planning Commission adopt a resolution finding the project categorically exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act pursuant to Section 15302, replacement reconstruction, as well as Section 15303, new construction, as well as approving the combined concept and final design study and coastal development permit for the project as described by the chair. The subject site is located at Monteverde Street, 4 southwest of 3rd Avenue. It's a 10,000 square foot lot. All proposed improvements are proposed to be demolished and replaced with a 3,293 square foot single family residence, inclusive of a 449 square foot attached garage. The Planning Commission previously considered the project at their December 10th meeting last year and continued the project with direction to the applicant and then reconsidered the concept at the February 11th meeting this year. The Planning Commission adopted a resolution or a motion of intent to accept the concept at this hearing, which is why it's being considered as a combined concept and final. The project was also considered by the Forest and Beach Commission at their May 14th hearing and recommended a tree density of 1 upper canopy tree and 8 lower canopy trees, which maintains the existing tree density on site. There's no recommended additional planting for the site. At the February hearing, the project was conditionally accepted with requirements to address a number of items before scheduling for a final details hearing that included successful completion of the volume study, direction to coordinate some technical reports, to go to Forest and Beach Commission to determine that tree density, make changes to the driveway regarding the materials and site coverage compliance, and a minor tweak to the roof materials. We do have a number of conditions of approval to further address those items. Condition of approval number 33 and number 34 speak to further coordination of those technical reports. And then condition of approval number 36 speaks to consistency of the roof material throughout. So looking forward to our final details review, there are 4 findings that need to be made for final details approval. They speak to styling details are simple, restrained in character. They're consistent, well integrated throughout the building, complementary to the neighborhood. Materials in their application rely on natural materials and the overall design wide variety and diversity to the streetscape. Finding number 3, elements such as stonework, skylights, window doors, chimneys, and garages are consistent with their adopted design guidelines and complementary to the character of the structure and neighborhood. Finding number 4, landscaping, paving treatments, fences, walls are carefully designed to complement the urbanized forest, and the design will reinforce a sense of visual continuity along the street. So in order to meet these findings, staff has recommended a few conditions of approval. Number 37, the use of consistent stone throughout the entire project. Right now, there are 2 different types of stone being proposed. However, the residential design guidelines state that only 1 type of stone should be used throughout. Condition of approval number 38, the elimination of the skylights. The design guidelines state that skylights should only be used when the areas do not have access to light. They've also further described that skylights should be appropriately sized. These skylights are well oversized to what we see typically, as well as being located in rooms where effectively the entire wall, or the rooms in which they're located, the entire wall is glass. So staff has found these to be inconsistent with the residential design guidelines. And then conditions of approval number 39 through 41, which requires changes to the lighting plan. The proposed light fixture, the lumen output exceeds what's allowed, as well as the residential design guidelines requiring effectively the least amount of light in open spaces. So with those conditions of approval, and then staff has also made findings for deviations from the design guidelines based on previous discussions. So residential design guideline 8.3 states that flat roofs may be used on a limited extent on smaller 1-story structures, and that flat roofs should not be used on large buildings or 2-story elements. And residential design guideline 9.12 states to locate and size windows doors to achieve a human scale, and that the use of a grand entry, oversized entry doors, or large picture windows facing a street is discouraged. So based on our conversations at the previous 2 hearings, staff has prepared the findings for deviations from the design guidelines. And with that, staff recommends approval as described on the screen. That concludes my presentation. Happy to answer any questions.
Questions for staff and commission? No questions? Okay. Before I invite the applicant up to make their presentation, I'd just like to go over the rules of the road. So I'm going to allow 5 minutes for applicants to make their presentation. their initial presentation. I'll grant additional time to answer questions that come up during the public comments, and for the public, I'll allow 3 minutes. If you need additional time for some reason, just let me know when you come up and we'll grant that. With that, I'd like to invite the applicant's architect to come up and make their presentation.
Good afternoon. My name's Eric Miller. I'm the architect on the project. Do you have my PowerPoint? Okay, that's. So I can begin without the PowerPoint. The first page in the PowerPoint basically talks about, how we addressed all the concerns that the commission had. And I believe that we had resolved and resulted in a concept approval at the last meeting. We had a blockier garage element, and we were really looking for sort of a mid-century regional modern feeling. So we felt it really had to be more horizontal. So we did create a more horizontal feeling of the view of the house from the street. We also reduced the amount of stone that was on the front of the building and increased the wood products in the front just to soften it and bring it more into a regional modern kind of feeling. One of the things I would like to comment on, I guess we can start. It should work, right? Okay. Yeah, so one of the things staff did comment on is the stone. It's exactly the same stone, same color, same chroma. We just want to have some split face and some smooth face. There's some parts of the building and parts of the front fence that we want to delineate the difference just in terms of texture. We don't want to change the stone. So we'd like to keep the stone the way we've shown it. Then the other thing is the glass. The skylight itself is something we'd still like to keep. I'd be happy to reduce the size of the skylight. Right now they're 3 9x4, but we'd be happy to go to 3 6x3. And the reason we want them is because it does balance the light. And I heard one of staff's concerns was that you could see the skylight from the street, but it has a curb on it. You won't really see it at all. It's a flat skylight. You can't use dome skylights, and we don't anyway. And then at night, of course, there's going to be a shade that automatically closes when when it gets dark. So we'd like to keep them, and hopefully Planning Commission agrees with us. We also reduced all the heights of the doors from 8 feet, and they're all in the courtyard. You don't see them from the front, but 8 feet, from 10 feet to 8 feet. And we did that by creating transoms, and then we also broke the glass up with mullions and muttons, but it's all only visible from the courtyard. As you can see, the house is set significantly back from the street. And you can see the horizontal aspect of the garage roof, and we don't need to see that. And so this is the Forest and Beach. When we went to Forest and Beach, we explained to them that we wanted this to feel more like a forest than a house. That's why it's low, that's why it's horizontal, that's why we didn't do a 2-story. I think they did appreciate that. The only trees we took out were non-native trees. So we spent a lot of time working with staff and the city forester to make sure that everything was protected and that our vision could, follow through with healthy trees. We did, let me talk. So the other thing that we did do is we have the minimal amount of lighting required by code, and the only one that is additional lighting that Evan asked to remove, does this have a laser on it? I don't know. Number 8, so there's 7 and 8. That's on the back side of the wall, so you can't see it from the street. That's in the courtyard. And the reason we'd like to keep light number 8 is you see that's a fire pit there, and we want it to be symmetrical when you look at it from inside the house. And you can see the lighting system that we're recommending, it really only throws light down. Neither one of those light fixtures would throw light up or to the side. So we'd like to keep that light. And with that, if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Questions for Eric?
I have a question. Can you tell us a little bit more about the technology around these glass walls, the curtain walls? How is the glass being attached to the structure?
It's all aluminum frames.
Mm-hmm.
So we went from, so the previous glass wall, we were going to have stainless steel channels, like 10-gauge stainless steel channels embedded in the floor of the roof and the sides. Then that kind, you lift the glass up and drop it in, and the weight of the glass keeps it in place. But because we talked about breaking it up with the transom, lowering the doors, and having mullions and muttons, we decided to go to an aluminum frame, because if we're doing that, we need to actually make separate pieces of glass, and the door would actually be a separate door below the transom. So it's pretty much an aluminum system, very elegant. It's only about an inch when you look at it straight on, but it's 3 inches when you look at it from the side. So it has a really beautiful look to it, but only visible from the courtyard.
And the glass itself is a double pane glass with good insulation, or how?
Mm-hmm. So the glass is insulated, and we like low iron glass. We don't like that green Coke bottle look, you know, and a lot of the new performance surfaces are green, and I think it looks awful. So we use low iron glass with performance on surface 2 and 3, so because it's 2 layers of glass, Michael, and glass surface 1 is inside. Surface 2 is in between the glass. Surface 3 is in between, and the surface 4 is outside. So the performance coating on the glass is on surface 2, and it's not green, and the glass itself has low iron, so it's very clear. Some people just, you know, when you look through several layers of glass, it starts looking very green, so that's the system that we're using.
Okay, thank you.
So Eric, the stone you're proposing is, you said one of it, it's the same species, and one of it has a split face, and then the other is smooth. Is it the same module? Is it applied the same?
Yeah, so it's exactly the same stone. It comes from Portugal. It's called Fonjone. It looks a lot like Carmel stone. It has those wonderful kind of jewel tones to it, which looks great on a gray day or a clear day. So we spent a lot of time selecting the material. But we also think that just changing the finish, or not the color or the finish, but the surface by having a split face surface on some planters in certain select parts of the building, make it more interesting. So the module blocks are the same size. The stone is exactly the same material. It's just that we would like to have some of the stone fractured. It's just a more sophisticated layer of information that doesn't get, you know, busy, and I don't think it violates the ordinance, because it's not a different stone, it's not a different color, it's the same material.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
All right, this time I'd like to invite members of the public to come up and make their comments regarding this application. Don't see anybody getting up. Do we have any hands up online, Shelby?
No, sir.
Okay, then I'm going to, there's no questions and answers, so I don't think that the architect needs to come back up at this time. All right, I'm going to close the public comments, open it up to the commissioners. Commissioner Karapetkov, you want to kick it off, or?
Yeah, I mean, there's some changes to the project from the last time we saw that. I think it was a couple of months ago. I think I remember Chair Page making a comment that it's that the first version of the project is an example of brutalism.
Well, they changed it. There was some, there was some large masses that extended up through the horizontal roof line, and the architect made changes to it. So now it's a different kind of iteration of a modern design.
So my only comment is about fenestration. So how much glass does a house need? We may need to start calculating fenestration ratios. I think traditional houses usually have like a 1:6 ratio, windows compared to the overall wall. And more modern houses are going to 1:5. I would be curious to know what's the ratio for that particular house, and if that's even a good methodology to kind of give everybody some understanding of what's acceptable in town. From a technology perspective, I'm all excited about, new technology and glass and aluminum, but I think we are moving very much in this direction where everything becomes glass. And I'm reading lately in the press that people are kind of stepping back from this because of privacy concerns, that, it looks good on paper, you buy the house, you move into the house, and then you're disappointed because all of a sudden you figure out that you have to put curtains everywhere if you want to have decent privacy. So I just don't know. I don't know what the right percentage is or what the right ratio is. But I have the feeling that with some projects, most recently, we're going beyond this 1:6 or 1:5 ratio, and I think that is concerning. Yeah, that's the concern I have. I think we should.
What are your thoughts on the stone and the skylights? These are specific conditions that staff is putting on this to change. And the last one, staff, was just a number of lights. Is that the case, Evan? So it's 2 lights inside the courtyard wall, on the courtyard wall?
Sorry, I'm just scrolling to the actual conditions. So number 39 is that an alternative light fixture needs to be proposed. The wall sconce, it actually has a built-in light source. It's not a replacement bulb, and it exceeds the allowable lumen output, so that would need to be changed. The lights on the garden wall, or the firewall, the lighting code actually doesn't permit those types of light fixtures. The wall sconces are actually only permitted on buildings, so this would be considered landscape lighting. So those would need to adhere to the landscape lighting requirements. And then 41 is that no more than one light fixture shall be adjacent to any building entry, and that there should be no more than one light fixture adjacent to the front entry patio.
So as landscape lighting, it can only be 18 inches?
It's the 18 inches spaced no more than 10 feet, or no less than 10 feet apart, because it's not affixed to the building. And these are all routed in design guideline 11.8, which say, it's the minimum amount of lighting required.
Okay, so your
Stone?
thoughts on the stone, skylight, and lighting?
The stone, we're having problems getting materials for construction in general, so stone coming from Portugal, I don't know, it's difficult for me. I wish we would find something that is more local. But I know that it's very difficult to find materials in general, and I find myself for my projects finding, delivering materials from, God knows where, from the other side of the world. So that is not unusual. I wish there would be a more local alternative that would reduce the footprint and CO emissions and all that, because transporting stone across the ocean is not good for the environment in general. On the lighting, I don't have a comment on the lighting. On the skylight, again, it's the same issue with fenestration. What is the right ratio? Technology is advancing. Skylights are getting bigger. Today, you can get these giant skylights. In a couple of years, you'll be able to do the entire roof as one piece of glass. And we already have technology to make all the walls solid glass, right? Glass curtains. Does that mean that in the future our houses will look like fish tanks? I don't want to go there. Yeah, I think it's a general problem because it looks very good on prospects and real estate pages, etc. But from a quality of life perspective, we're just not designed to live in glass houses, unfortunately. So I don't think that that's a good idea. And people generally get disappointed when they move into a house like that because there's no privacy, really. So I don't know what we can do as a planning commission to put some guidelines around how much fenestration and how much skylighting can we, support within the community. I think we should be careful with the size of the skylights. Commissioner Locke made this comment last time when we discussed it. The skylight is now split in 3 pieces, I think, right, instead of 1 skylight. But it doesn't solve the problem. The problem is really the trend towards more glass everywhere. And I think we need to put some guidelines around limiting the amount of glass that we put, especially on new construction. The existing homes, they already have certain openings and certain windows. Even if you adjust them a little bit, you're not talking about dramatic changes of the design, but new construction is always an opportunity to go above and beyond, and then you end up with this giant glass walls and giant skylights. So that is my comment. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Locke, your comments?
My comments are that I support staff's special conditions. I think the stone question, from what the architect said, it is a single type of stone. It's just 2 different textures, and I think I'm okay with that. But I also support the remainder of those special conditions, including the skylight removal, the alternative fixtures, garden wall lighting, etc.
Okay, Commissioner Ahlborn?
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate all of the changes that have been made on this project and hope we can button it up tonight. It's been a long road for this one. I agree, I think I agree with Commissioner Locke. I was digging through the design guidelines when you were speaking, and my apologies. But condition of approval 37, using a single type of stone, well, that is a single type of stone, but 2 treatments. I happen to think that it improves the overall design. I would like to see that remain as is with both split and polished or honed, whatever the actual term is. So for me, I would remove condition of approval number 37. On 38, for removing all the skylights, I would be inclined to try to find a middle way. It is a large single-story property. I think having some kind of skylight in the center of that property, that building, would be nice. And I don't see that. I don't necessarily completely agree with staff's concern that it's going to be visible from the street. So for condition of approval 38, I would like to see a reduction in size, as Mr. Miller suggested he would be able to do and would be amenable to. For the 3 conditions of approval related to exterior lighting, right? They all follow our policies, P147 and P154, all relating to that exterior lighting. I agree with staff's recommendation on that. My one question about the fixture 41, the fixture that needs to be removed, that's on the interior of a courtyard. Is it not? It's not on the exterior of the property visible from the right-of-way. It's on an interior courtyard facing towards the residence. So long as it met building code, I would have no problem with keeping that in the design guidelines. Because that is an exterior space, but if indeed that's hard and fast, I would go along with it. But surely, indeed, the project is in, as we like to say here, substantial compliance. And I would like to see, I recommend it move forward.
Commissioner Rouse? Any comments?
Yeah, Ruess.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. So I think in terms of the skylight, I think smaller would be better. I'm wondering if in the discussions, Evan, with the applicant, was there discussion about eliminating it entirely, and how was that received? How much flexibility was indicated in those conversations? Regarding the stone, I find the two different textures actually visually interesting. I think it's a nice feature. There was another comment about the fenestration or the glazing, and yes, it is a lot of glass. I note this for this example. It doesn't really face the right-of-way. There isn't a lot of glass visible from the right-of-way. There's a little bit over the top of that wall, I guess, from looking at the illustrations, the renderings. So I would say go ahead with the stone is fine the way it is. The skylight, I think it'd be better if it were smaller. And I think the rest is good.
Okay, it sounds like most of the commissioners are are acknowledging that the stone is the same species, just has a different texture, and that adds interest. I just wanted to. I don't think there is any native Carmel stone available, is there? I mean, is that something that we should be putting in there?
No, it's.
I mean, I'm not. I'm just saying as a general policy.
Yeah, the design guidelines don't call for native stone. It says the use of native stone details that are or appear to be true structural elements are appropriate. And then the design guidelines continue, keep stonework design simple and traditional in character. The use of a single type of stone is encouraged to maintain simplicity and authenticity. Using multiple types of stone or a combination of stone and other masonry within a single project is discouraged. Then it continues, the application of stone should appear structural and authentic. A gratuitous or purely decorative appearance should be avoided.
Okay.
So that's where staff's recommendation was coming from.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I think though we have discretion to make decisions which I think allow a particular designer or architect to use their creativity, as long as it doesn't completely go against the intent of that policy, which as I understand, is you don't want to be using different modules of stone in different specific species. And of course, you have to use them so that they reflect the structural integrity. We don't want them just, ending halfway in the wall. Typically, we have those applied in a way that they would suggest that it's a complete structural element. So I recommend eliminating condition number 37. With the skylight, the architect is offering to make it smaller. I think was 3 by 6. Is that correct? So that's a substantial reduction with the night shades. I think that addresses that issue. The lighting should meet the conditions. Fixture number, the condition number 41, exterior, that exterior fixture, that's outside of a doorway? There's 2 instead of 1. If it's not seen from the street, I think it's fine where it is. So I would recommend eliminating special condition number 41. So I would go ahead and make a motion that we.
Chair, do you mind if I clarify that condition?
Pardon?
Do you mind if I clarify number 41? There's 2 light fixtures right here. However, there's only 1 doorway. So all the other lights are adjacent to a doorway, which is the minimum that's required for building code. However, there's 2 light fixtures.
So these are the fixtures that are in the soffit?
Correct.
So staff is saying that those are unnecessary?
Well, you need one at a doorway for the building code. However,
Right.
there's two here. So the intent of conditions number 39, 40, 41 are to reduce the amount of visible light to the greatest extent feasible, consistent with the design guidelines and general plan policies.
So so we have, so you've got two situations here. You want to reduce the number of fixtures and you want to change the type of fixture. Is that correct? You're recommending?
Correct.
So the fixture that doesn't meet the guidelines, what's the condition of it that doesn't meet the guidelines?
That's 39. That's for the wall sconce.
It's what?
The wall sconce, number 39.
And those just need to be moved, those are the ones that are on the garden wall?
No, so 39, this fixture right here next to the garage, for example, an alternative fixture will need to be selected that has a lower lumen output. Number 40, these fixtures need to comply with the landscape lighting requirements because they are not affixed to the building, consistent with this code section, Title 15, 36070. And then condition 41 states that any light fixture not adjacent to a doorway, there can only be one fixture adjacent to each doorway.
Okay.
Well, Chair, in that case, I think I would back up off of my recommendation to remove condition of approval 41 and go with staff's recommendation.
Okay, all right. So we have a resolution recommendation to accept the resolution as per staff with removal of condition 37. And 38, the applicant will reduce the size of the skylights to 3 by 6.
I'd
Be
second
three
that
of
motion.
those 3 by 6, is that right?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Three by 6 skylights.
3 by 6 skylights, right now they're 3 by 9. So that's a significant reduction.
Are we talking about the whole skylight area or the size of the individual ones?
That's what I'm looking for clarification on, so I have the appropriate direction. Right now, I think I can do this. It's 9.92 by 4 by 2, or 9 foot 2 inches by 4 foot 2 inches.
So those would become 6 foot by 3 foot. Each of those. Okay?
Through the chair, may I also suggest as part of the motion that finding 2 evidence D be modified and finding 3 evidence E be modified. D, that speaks to the 2 different treatments of the stone. So we'd eliminate the last paragraph and replace it stating that the Planning Commission finds that because it's one type of stone with 2 different face treatments, that's consistent with the design guidelines. And then we'd modify finding 3 evidence E. That would speak to a reduction in the size of the skylight.
Okay. All right.
Well, if we have a motion, I'll second it. Do we have
All
a
right,
motion?
do we have the findings corrected then? For staff? Make those findings?
With those changes.
With those changes?
Yeah.
Okay, any further discussion? Okay, roll call, please.
Commissioner Ahlborn?
Yes.
Commissioner Karapetkov?
Yes.
Commissioner Locke?
Yes.
Commissioner Ruess?
Yes.
And Chair LePage?
Yes, motion is carried. Thank you. Okay, that brings us to item number 9 on the public hearings. This is another design study, DS 25376. This is the 7 Post Trust, consideration of a combined concept and final coastal development permit for substantial alterations to a single-family residence. It's located on Scenic Road. Can we have staff report, please?
Thank you, Chair. So staff is recommending the Planning Commission adopt a resolution finding the project categorically exempt pursuant to CEQA guidelines section 15301, existing facilities, and approving the combined concept final design study and coastal development permit. So the subject site is a 5,762 square foot lot. It's located in the R1 zone district, beach riparian overlay, as well as the park overlay. The project does not include any increases in floor area except for a accessory dwelling unit, which is not being considered by the Planning Commission, but is before you as a substantial alteration, which in part includes any changes in architectural style. As you can see on the screen, it is a substantial change in visually and between what's there now and what's being proposed. Additional project components include site coverage and landscaping. So our concept findings are that the project conforms to all zoning standards. It's consistent with design objectives for protection of the urbanized forests, avoids complexity, using simple building forms, a simple roof plan, and is adapted to human scale. And then it's consistent with the city's objectives for protecting views, for retaining solar access, and respecting privacy. Then it's consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies related to residential design and the general plan, and does not require removal of any significant trees, and all buildings are set back 6 feet from significant trees. And then these are also our final details findings, which I just read exhaustively in the last presentation, so I'll skip those for now. And in order to meet those findings, staff has recommended a number of conditions of approval. 22 through 26 are our standard conditions regarding tree density, landscaping, and protection of existing trees. Number 33 speaks to protection of reconstruction of a retaining wall located at the front of the property. That is right here, and locating that retaining wall on site. However, if necessary, to obtain an encroachment permit due to protection of this significant cypress tree. 34 speaks to a limitation on the size of the proposed western deck that is right here. That would require any additional change to that deck, seek Planning Commission approval. And then also proposed adjacent to the deck on the south side as well as the west side, there is a landscape planter proposed. And condition of approval number 35 mandates that any landscaping grow no taller than the proposed railing, and that's to protect views to the neighbor from the south. 36, a demolition plan acknowledgement. So the site is the existing residence is non-conforming in respect to floor area, setbacks, height, as well as site coverage, which is proposed to be brought into compliance. However, if a building or structure is demolished, then it's required to come into compliance with all the requirements for new construction. So number 36 requires an acknowledgement from the structural engineer as well as architect to ensure that the plans submitted to the building division are consistent with the representations made on the planning application. So the applicant did submit a comprehensive demolition plan that indicates the building will not be demolished. So it does fall underneath a certain threshold. So the plan submitted to the building division will just confirm that all trades involved in that plan submittal are aware that this is the demolition plan and the plans submitted are adhering to what is being proposed now. 37 is an administrative requirement. There's an inconsistency right now between the site plan and the landscaping plan due to changes made for site coverage. So this just states that the site plan will govern the proposed areas of site coverage. And then 38, lighting locations. We just discussed this in the last presentation. Only one light fixture permitted at any building entrance. And with that, staff recommends the Planning Commission adopt a resolution as described on the screen. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions. Just one point of clarification that just popped into my head. The staff report did state that the building was going to be finished with stucco, which led to some confusion on the tour. It is proposed to all be shingle. That was a typo in the staff report, so my apologies.
Duly noted. Okay, questions for staff? Commissioner Ahlborn?
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Court, the plans indicate a proposed spa in the front part of the property near the driveway. Could you just speak to any guidelines that we have either in our general plan or in our design guidelines that speak to that kind of feature?
So we don't have any design guidelines specifically. Spas are counted as impermeable site coverage. We also have standards in our zoning code that speak to noise regulations. Basically says all mechanical equipment associated with spas needs to adhere to a certain decibel limit. So we do have some prescriptive standards, but we don't have any design guidelines per se that speak to citing these features. That said, I would say that they would fall within the purview of, get this zoomed out. Finding number 4. Landscaping, paving treatments, fences, walls are carefully designed to complement the urbanized forest. This is a built-in feature. You know, it's effectively a landscape or paving treatment. So in terms of siting or screening, I would say that falls under finding number 4. But in terms of what does it actually look like, we don't have anything.
Okay, any other questions for staff? All right, at this time I'd like to invite the architect to come forward and make their presentation.
Sure, yes. Good evening, Commission. My name is Prithvi. I'm one of the architects on this project, and the project lead, Stephen Sutro, is going to be presenting virtually. Stephen, you can go ahead and start.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Hello, Commissioners. My name is Stephen Sutro. I'm the architect for Scenic Road 3 southeast of 12th. Thank you to the staff for their presentation. Alex Stroh, the homeowner, is there with you in person, and Prithvi is there to help and answer any questions. I'm sorry that I can't be there today. I have a daughter who's graduating from high school today. The property is an existing 2-story single-family residence. And the first view that we're going to look at is the existing looking southeast towards the property when standing on Scenic Road. The existing home, as noted, has several non-conforming conditions, including height, floor area, site coverage, and rear setback encroachments. The site also has a very significant, beautiful cypress tree in the front yard. So we superimposed the proposed improvements into the same view, and much of the improvements are screened behind the existing fence line on this north side of the property. The proposal is a renovation of the existing residence in kind with a new attached ADU extending the ground floor volume forward. The renovated volume of the main house does not change. A new terrace is proposed above the ADU and it's accessed from the upper level of the home. Another view from Scenic Road looking directly into the property. And in the proposed, This is the view from the same angle. The project includes landscape improvements, as noted, located behind the existing fence line, along with the replacement of the existing 72-inch driveway gate with a new 4-foot bifold gate and pedestrian door. The proposal here is that it will consist of a metal tube steel structure that would be painted in a bronze color, and then wood slats, epay slats on the pedestrian side. Site improvements also substantially reduce site coverage from approximately 50% of the lot area to 13%. This next view is taken from the elevated grade adjacent to the cypress tree, and then the proposed view from the same location. At the ground floor, the ADU doors are 8 feet in height, and the upper doors that lead onto the deck are 7 foot 2 inches. And to maintain a consistent scale and proportion, the lower doors include a 10-inch solid kick plate at the bottom, aligning the visible glazing areas between the floors or making them similar. The extents of the proposed deck were designed to remain consistent with the previously approved conditions of approval for the project in its previous incarnation with another designer. And that included limiting the southern portion of the deck, as staff mentioned, to a depth of about 11 feet. We have a low planter along the west edge to help define that limit. And then another planter on the other side was something that we worked on with the neighbor to provide privacy between the two properties and to stop people from occupying the deck close to their property line. Here's another proposed view from the driveway. Visible here are several of the site improvements, including the permeable pavers and gravel strip driveway, new steps leading to the side entrance of the main residence, stone retaining walls, and the spa that you can see here that we think will be mostly screened from public view. The topography of the hillside where the tree is kind of shields the spa mostly from view. And then we have the existing site plan. The proposal includes partial demolition of the existing step retaining walls and preserves the retaining walls located within 6 feet of the cypress. The existing asphalt driveway will be removed. All paving and stairs along the south yard will be replaced. The existing entrance has kind of a turret feature, and that will be removed, allowing the roof in this area to be rebuilt and simplified to kind of be more in keeping with the other roofs. The existing paving along the north side yard will be removed. And then we can kind of click through the material palette and the elevations here. And I think that's the end of what we had to talk about, and we're both here to answer any questions that you have.
Okay, questions for the architect at this time?
I have one, just
I have a question for you.
You mentioned the stone retaining walls, but on the plans it said something about metal retaining walls?
Yes. There's a little bit of both. The metal is a proposal from the landscape architect to clad the wall that is alongside the property line at the entrance steps. And the reason for their proposal of that material is that it's thin and doesn't encroach with the thickness of stone and mortar into the navigation space of the stairs. So the stone retaining walls are primarily around the area of topography that holds up the cypress tree, and then the metal is that along the stairs.
Okay, any other questions for the architect? All right, thank you. Okay, at this time, I'd like to invite any member of the public that would like to come forward and make comments on this application to the commission. I don't see anybody here in the chamber getting up. We have any hands up online?
No, sir.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and close the public comments, open it up to the commissioners for their comments. Commissioner Ahlborn, you want to start or you want to pass?
I'll be happy to start. Thank you, Chair. I have a little bit of a different take on this project, I think, than staff took. And because I spent a lot of time looking at the nonconformity that already exists on the site. As the property exists today, they're already 154% of floor area ratio. That's pretty significant. And we're in the beach overlay. And they're also over the height limit. The height limit is 18 feet, and they're non-conforming there. They're 24 and a half feet. And that's as existing. The proposal would add about over 800 square feet of living space. I mean, that includes, and I can't talk to the ADU. I'm not speaking to the additional space that the ADU will be adding. But that is indeed 400 square feet of living space, in addition to 400 square feet of deck that they're requesting to add. That puts the property, that would put the property at about 190% of our acceptable floor area ratio. That's kind of a stunning number to me. I feel that the deck absolutely and flatly fails 1736-030B, which prohibits alterations that enlarge, extend, or increase nonconformity. I happen to think that the deck is increasing the nonconformity. The windows, now I know the state will give the property owner the ADU. I can't speak to that, but I don't have to, I'm pretty sure the state isn't going to require me to let them have 8 or 10-foot windows on that ADU facing my right-of-way in Carmel. I'm pretty sure that I can put a request that's, I'm not prohibiting the building of the ADU. I'm not changing the size of the ADU, but I'm pretty sure I can say that those windows cannot be that height, that they need to be much closer to human scale, as in keeping with our land use plan and our local coastal plan. The Coastal Act, as I mentioned earlier, Coastal Act in Chapter 3, Section 3253, it absolutely conditions deck approvals around use intensity. And I take that very, very seriously. This property is in the beach overlay zone. It definitely is part of our scenic corridor. This property has already exceeded its use intensity based on the non-conforming floor area ratio and height. And so to me, that deck simply is increasing, at any size, is increasing that use intensity. And I feel the same way about the spa. That is adding additional use on a property that's already massively non-conforming. So my recommendation, that said, it's a beautiful looking design. My recommendation would be to approve a concept study that indicates a requirement to bring the windows to human scale, as we do in our design guidelines, and to come back with a final design that eliminates the deck and eliminates the spa. Thank you.
So just to clarify, the deck as a roof deck doesn't count as site coverage, correct?
That's
So if you, but if you eliminate the ADU, then it's adding to the site coverage.
That's correct.
So yeah, it's kind of a conundrum there in the.
It also adds to volume, sir.
I mean, if we can't consider, well, I understand that, but I'm just trying to address this site coverage issue, because if we can't consider the ADU.
So this was something that came up during the review of the project. So this project was previously approved a variance for site coverage when there was no ADU below the deck. In that time, the variance in previous design study expired. So instead of re-pursuing the variance, the applicant elected to not pursue the variance because the ADU had been proposed, and they were able to bring the site into compliance, working within those same constraints.
I thought the ADU was part of the previous project.
There was no ADU in the previous project.
Okay.
But there was a variance for the deck.
There was
for
a
the site
variance
coverage.
for site coverage in which the deck was proposed. So the deck is actually, so when you considered, you being the planning commission, considered the project, the deck actually went out, extended all the way to the limits of the ADU. When the project was appealed to the city council, they required the deck to be reduced, and that is the limit of the deck presently. That expired, correct.
I'm sorry, that expired. So
correct.
We're seeing this in a sense as a new project?
Correct. However, that was the parameters in which the applicant was working with it.
And I'd like to say, if the existing property was much closer to conformity, I would be seeing it very, very differently. But it's in the riparian zone, it's in the appeal zone, and it is so far outside of our conformity that is what is directing my point of view right now.
What percentage of site coverage is being proposed? Do we have a site,
I would have to look at
Matrix?
this, I would have to look at the site plan, but it does conform with the site coverage limitations.
it does conform with, as proposed?
As proposed, it does conform with site coverage.
And what is your point that it's outside the site coverage?
No, not site coverage, floor area ratio and height and volume. We know that it would never pass a volume study because of the nonconformity in the floor
But
area.
it's an existing
Yeah, so
nonconformity.
the
But
section.
we're increasing it with the deck and the spa, in my opinion.
The non-conforming section that Commissioner Ahlborn was referring to says that a non-conforming building may be repaired, altered. There's one other, there's maybe, there's three things, but one of them is altered so long as the alteration does not increase the nonconformity. Historically, what that's meant is if the building has non-conforming floor area, you cannot increase floor area. If it's non-conforming in height, you cannot increase the height of the building. In this case, the only floor area increase is the ADU, which, as you know, historically we have allowed pursuant to the state law. In this case, the single-family residence is actually slightly getting reduced in floor area because of that, that turret feature. So this, effectively, if you take the ADU out of the picture, there's no change to any of the non-conforming elements.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. All right. Did you make your comments? Let's go ahead.
She makes some sense here. No, overall, I think this is a really pretty project, and I remember seeing it before. In fact, I went back and watched the video today. My problems are more with what's going on in the front yard area, the spa and the deck that are proposed under the cypress. To me, those areas should remain open space and not have that element. But I'm also am concerned about the size of the deck, and this goes to our previous conversation on design guidelines, because this is an example of where we've got an ADU and you're putting a deck on top of an ADU. And the fact that you can do so on an ADU, you can do something on an ADU that you couldn't do if it wasn't there. And I think that as part of our design guidelines, that definitely maybe needs some more thought on that. I agree that the size of the windows on the ADU should be reduced. And the other thing that was not brought up as part of our design guideline discussion today had to do with driveway gates. And in this particular case, if I recall, they don't have closing gates. They are actually permanently open gates. So that was my recollection from our previous site visits. And I think we need to consider that there may be areas where, and this goes to a further discussion on driveway gates, but that we do have this area where there's a lot of public access. And we've never really specified where it might be appropriate and where it's not appropriate, or where we prefer to have them versus not have them. And it occurs to me that the Scenic Drive, San Antonio, are two areas where, in my mind, it would probably be more appropriate than further up the hill. So I don't really have a problem with that. And I think that was pretty much what I had.
Before calling the other commissioners, I want to get some clarification on the ADU and the size of these windows. Do we have discretion to review the size of the windows on the ADU?
The ADU is not under the purview of the Planning Commission.
So I don't think we don't have the authority to do that without our without having a specific ADU ordinance, which allows us to do that. We don't have that authority to do that at this time. So, and I kind of also think that's the same situation with the deck. You know,
So you do have discretion over the deck. We commonly bring decks to you when they are located over ADUs and when a project, not unlike this one, but when the project is just for an ADU and they propose a deck on top of it, we will bring forward to you the deck to look at privacy impacts, view impacts, things of that nature to see, is the deck appropriate being located over the ADU? Just because it's over an ADU doesn't exempt it from all requirements. We're
okay,
still.
I understand what you're saying, but this deck has already been litigated as to privacy. And it's my opinion that if we didn't approve the deck, it's just going to be appealed and council's going to uphold the appeal. Because they already went through this, you know, with it, and they came up with a decision to mitigate the impacts to the neighbor, and the neighbor is satisfied with it. As far as you know, this issue with where a second story deck, because it's over a structure, now doesn't count as floor area and it doesn't count as site coverage. That's a further discussion. That's something, you know, but right now there's no prescriptive, you know, prohibiting of the deck. So, anyway, with that said, Commissioner Ruess.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. I agree with many of the things that Commissioner Ahlborn said. I do find the windows unusually large for this type of requirement. I understand that this is not at all, because it's an ADU, we really can't say anything about it. Is that correct?
It's not part of the discretionary hearing.
Got it, okay.
You can discuss the size of the windows on the structure,
But not on the ADU?
not in the ADU.
Okay, so note to self, make sure we do the ADU ordinance as quickly as possible. The deck, I'm inclined to agree with Commissioner Ahlborn that it is floor area that's being used. And it seems to me if it's on top of the ADU, it's not part of the ADU. So we do have discretion there, as I understand from the conversation. Is that correct? And I think you said, Mr. Court, that the spa is also considered site coverage?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So that's something we could treat completely separate from any of the conversation about the deck or the ADU?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Commissioner Karapetkov?
This whole construct that the ADU can be put in the front of the house and we cannot control what happens with it makes zero sense. Like, in no universe it makes any sense. So if anyone can convert their garage into an ADU and put pink glass wall and we cannot say anything about it, that makes no sense to me.
Well, we could, it's just we don't have an ADU ordinance at this time. We're working on that. And we do, in the state, as I understand it, and staff can correct me on this, but the state does allow for design discretion as long as it meets the requirements. Right now, we're exploring the objective design standards, right?
Yes, we
To
are.
do that.
We are exploring that. The state also allows for us to apply our LCP in that ordinance. And Mr. Court is showing me subsection G of our existing ADU ordinance. That states that the accessory dwelling shall be constructed with facade materials similar in texture and appearance to the primary dwelling, including but not limited to roofing, siding, and windows and doors. So the question the planning commission could then ask is, Are the windows or the sizes of the windows on the main structure consistent with the sizes of the windows on the ADU? From this elevation, I can't tell, but are they the same size? No.
Okay.
So we do have some discretion because what it says is that the ADU basically must be consistent with the design of the existing structure. In other words, you want to clarify that?
Yeah, I'll read it one more time. The accessory dwelling unit shall be constructed with facade material similar in texture and appearance to the primary dwelling, including but not limited to roofing, siding, and windows and doors.
Okay, so that does give us some review discretion. But it has to relate to the existing structure. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, and the other concern I have is parking, right? So the existing house has 2-car garage, so potentially you can put 2 cars in it. And in the front yard, I think you can park 3 or 4 cars right now. So we're talking about 6 vehicles total. Now with this new design, my question is how many cars can you park in the new design?
So the required parking for the site is only 1 parking space, and which they're replacing with a garage. They have demonstrated on the site plan that they can accommodate 2 parking spaces in the driveway, 1 for the ADU and 1 for the primary dwelling.
They're not within half a mile of a public transit?
They are.
So my concern is that whoever lives in this house, and this is a massive house, you can have like even 5 people or 6 people living there with their vehicles, that the remaining vehicles will need to be parked somewhere. So going from 6 park spaces down to 2, or actually I see only 1, but let's say 2, that means 4 additional vehicles potentially will be somewhere around Scenic. And that is concerning. So I think that is probably sufficient. All the other comments were already made, so I agree with all of that.
Do you have any comments on the deck? Did you make any comments on the deck?
Deck, I still don't understand the whole interplay between ADU and decks. You know, I think I agree with Commissioner Ruess that the deck should be free for discussion. It's not part of the ADU, it's the top of the ADU. So I don't see any issues with that. Hopefully that's the case. The size of a deck, I think it was already discussed in City Council. I understand. I didn't see that recording. Was it discussed in City Council?
Well, it was appealed. In the previous design, the Planning Commission approved a larger deck. I think they extended out further. The neighbor to the south, as I understand it, appealed it. The City Council upheld the appeal, and it was pulled back. So what's being proposed right now is a size deck which is consistent with what the appeal approved.
11.
And I think there's language that the deck size, condition number 34, the western deck above the proposed accessory dwelling unit shall not be expanded into the planter area adjacent to a planter area without the approval of Planning Commission.
Okay. No, I guess that's if this is being appealed to the City Council, that is fine. I don't have any opinion on that. It's a pretty big deck, obviously. We try to limit the size as much as possible. We had this discussion earlier today about rooftops, very similar. But I'm not that concerned about the deck. I'm concerned about the parking, and I'm concerned about the whole concept of EDUs being kind of a lawless part of the building where you can do pretty much whatever you want. So this, especially when it's in the front. I mean, if it's in the back, I don't care that much what you do with your ADU. But if it's the front and it's like really in your face, that does matter. So I think we should look into ways to regulate that. Thank you.
May I ask a question of staff?
Yeah, go ahead.
So we've talked about the appeal a little bit, and it's just procedurally, when you get a new application, because this is not a modification of an application that was previously reviewed or appealed. Am I correct in thinking that there is absolutely zero connection in our thought process here?
You're correct.
With the
It's a
previous-
it's a
with the
de novo
previous
here.
appeal
It's
of
a de
rulings?
novo.
Okay.
It's not, they're not connected. I'm just speculating.
Okay, no, understood. And I believe that the objection in that appeal was the distance of the deck from that, out from the wall towards the street, to be screened by the hedge where it steps like that. You can see it on the right in the picture. But it does seem we still have, if we're talking about, we can talk about the location of the deck, the size of the deck, but we still have, I think, the ability to say there should be no deck at all. I'm not proposing that. I'm just wondering, is that on the table?
Yes.
It is?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
But we need to make a finding as to why we're eliminate that. And Commissioner Ahlborn has made the argument that it's, I think your argument was that it's intensifying the
Right, from the coastal act.
non-conforming use. Is that correct?
Yes. So my finding my proposed finding would be that due to the Coastal Act in Chapter 3, Section 3253, that conditions deck approvals around use intensity. And in addition, the fact that we have established that this property is already non-conforming in terms of floor area ratio and several other, and height, right? Because the proposed brings the site coverage into conformity. So it would be that the nonconformities that would continue are floor area ratio and height. That because that I contend that the property has already exceeded its intensity because of those nonconformities, especially given that's in the beach zone, the beach riparian district. And for that reason, I would make the finding that the deck is inappropriate and should be removed from the plans, and in addition, the spa as well.
I have another question I wanted to ask. Maybe other commissioners can help me with that. So if the concept is that if you have a nonconformity and you add an ADU, that's not considered increasing the nonconformity, well, you can drive that to extremes, right? Let's say we find a house that was built in the right-of-way, goes 5 feet in the right-of-way, and somebody comes in and builds an ADU that goes all the way to the street, basically, right to the curb. And now we're saying, well, the house was non-conformant, now we have the ADU, but we don't consider that increase of non-conformity.
ADU has to conform to setbacks. So it's not, your example isn't really.
Okay, I'm just thinking maybe
It
there are
isn't,
other scenarios where that.
Yeah, that's one of the, that's a state condition, has to conform to the setback. It can have minimum 4 feet, but our setbacks are less than that, so, on the side and the rear, so. I mean, there's I understand where you're going, but I think we have a couple of narrow pathways here. It's my feeling that we have the ability to say that the size of the windows on the ADU have to be reduced because they are not consistent with the design of the existing structure. Now, with regards to the deck, I think the question or the finding that Commissioner Ahlborn is raising is that it is increasing a nonconformity. But I'm not sure how that's happened because it isn't floor area. And that would be, and the specific nonconformity of the house. It seems to me the two specific nonconformities of the house are floor area and height.
It's increasing in use intensity. So the language in the Coastal Act has to do with use intensity and intensification. And we talk about that, for instance.
Yeah, but that's a pretty subjective term. That's because of the beach overlay?
Well, no, this is just the Coastal Act in general. And in addition, this particular property is in the beach overlay.
This is a question for staff. I mean, the whole community, all Carmel, as I understand it, is in the Coastal Commission. We have a local coastal plan. We have determined what the consistent uses are for the city. So to go to a broad statement about the increase of intensity of use, I don't find that relevant. We've already settled that matter with our LCP. If this violates our LCP in some way, then yes. So my question to staff is, in the context of our LCP, is this an intensification of use or an intensification of a nonconformity?
The use is, the existing use is a single-family residence. The proposed use is a single-family residence. ADU is an accessory use to a single-family residence. So there's no intensification.
So there's no intensification of use?
Correct.
Of the deck or of the structure?
Correct.
I'm just trying to follow this through logic.
No, I
That's all
get
I'm
it, and I
trying to do.
appreciate that.
I'm not
But
trying to.
And earlier I had asked Mr. Court about volume and the increase in volume that the deck is bringing. That has got to be an increase in nonconformity if the volume is already nonconforming.
Well, it's my understanding that the volume calculated deck is the amount of area under the deck. Is that correct? How is that calculated?
It's the area between average grade and the top of the railing, typically. We didn't do a volume study on this project. We didn't do a volume study on the previous project that previously expired. We generally don't do volume studies on standalone decks. There's a provision in the code that says residences constructed before 2003 don't have the benefit of being subject to a volume study. And therefore you can look at just the addition only. Again, in this project, there's no addition. It's effectively, remove the ADU. It's just a deck.
So there's no volume issue here.
Treating it consistent with every other project we've ever done where it's just a deck, we don't do volume studies on this.
So volume study is not required. Okay, so volume isn't on the table. Okay, so there again, I'll restate. I think it is a discretion. It's under our authority to state that, put the condition that the glazing on the front of the ADU has to be consistent with the existing residence. And with regard to the deck, I don't see any way that we can limit that. We've already talked about intensification of use or intensification of an existing nonconformity, and I don't think that it meets either one of those findings that would deny the deck. Any more discussion? Okay, we have a motion from staff. We can go over the special conditions. 31 is conditions of approval of acknowledgement. 32 is construction management plan. 33 is retaining wall encroachment permit. 34 is deck size. 35 is the deck planning landscape. 36 is construction drawing consistency. 37 is landscaping plan revision, and 38 is lighting locations. Do we have any amendments or changes in language to any of those? I didn't see any, but.
Chair,
Yes.
I would suggest that if you are going to require that the glazing at the ADU matches the single-family dwelling, that be added as a special condition.
I would add that as condition number 39.
Is that a motion?
That's a motion.
A second.
Okay, any further discussion? Can we have roll call, please?
Commissioner Ahlborn?
No.
Commissioner Karapetkov?
No.
Commissioner Locke?
Yes.
Commissioner Ruess?
Yes.
And Chair LePage?
Yes, motion is carried. Thank you. Okay, shall we continue or? Keep going, all right, that brings us to Item number 10 of the public hearings, this is another design study. This is DS 25299, the White Project's consideration of concept design study for demolition of an 1,837 square foot, one-story, single-family residence and the construction of a 2,460 square foot, two-story, single-family residence, inclusive of a 254 square foot attached garage. It's on Biscayne. Can we have staff report, please?
Staff is recommending that the Planning Commission adopt a resolution finding the project categorically exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act pursuant to Section 15303, new construction, and approving a design study and coastal development permit to allow for the demolition of a single-family residence and construction of a new 2,454 square foot single-family residence. Project also includes a 793 square foot attached accessory dwelling unit. So the project's at Biscayne, 9 southeast of Mountain View. It's a 6,000 square foot lot. Previous project was considered at the March 9th, 2026 hearing with direction from the Planning Commission. In summary, there were a number of conditions related to tree protection as well as landscaping. I apologize for the placeholder related to that condition of approval, but I will get to that later. Also to complete the volume study, clarification regarding floor area, revising the dimensions of the garage space to provide all the information required for final details review and to additionally work with the neighbor regarding their view concerns. We've gone through the final details findings quite a bit, so I will skip this unless we need to go back to it. And then to meet those findings, staff has included condition of approval number 33. Just that standard lighting condition that we've discussed for the last two projects, one light fixture at each exterior doorway. That's to implement design guideline 11.8, which effectively requires the minimal amount of exterior lighting. Number 34, to reduce the skylights. Right now there's this grouping of 4 skylights, which lights a stairwell and an interior hallway. But staff's recommendation is to reduce that down to 2, as they just all illuminate the same area. Garage door modification, residential design guidelines 9.16 states that a standard overhead garage door with contrasting colors is discouraged. So staff, or condition of approval number 35 states to match the color of the adjacent building. And then 36, 37 speaks to adding additional landscaping within the right-of-way. Right now there's just a small row of planting immediately adjacent to the property line. So this condition would require an additional layer effectively of landscaping in the right-of-way and then to provide a selection from the recommended species list that the city maintains. And finally, number 38 is to provide for an alternative paving material. The residential design guidelines discourages concrete. So this condition states that the paving material for the driveway, such as these stand-set pavers, shall match the paving material for this walkway, consistent with the residential design guidelines. There are 2 deviations from the design guidelines that staff has made findings for. One is the flat roof element, and then also metal roofs. These have been discussed at previous hearings. Those findings are made in the resolution. And with that, staff recommends the Planning Commission adopt the resolution as described on the screen. And that concludes my presentation. Happy to answer any questions.
Questions for staff? Okay, I'm going to invite the applicant to come forward, make their presentation.
Evening, commissioners and staff. My name is Alan Lehman, and I'm the designer on the project. Thanks for your attention and efforts today. I know this is a thankless job at times. Some of the items from the previous meeting that were discussed that were requests by the Planning Commission to make adjustments on. One major one was we shifted the entire building a little bit or up to the front yard setback. It was back from there, so it was approximately a 2-foot shift. And this, this was all in service of the neighbor to the east, Mr. Love, who had requested a better sight corridor from his living room window. And so we did our best to accommodate that. We had looked at larger shifts of the massing of the house to completely clear from the entirety of that zone of his house, but we were concerned that that was pushing too much of the volume of the house towards the street, and that stepping back of the house from the street was very important to, I know, both the guidelines and the overall concept that we brought forth last time that was seemed to be accepted well. We didn't walk into the backyard, but I was looking at that with the story poles today, and the shift forward, even just that almost 2.5 feet that shifted forward really frees up much of his view corridor. We're barely overlapping that very large window he has in his living room. The rear decks were adjusted. That was a request before we're proposing to cantilever and overlap some tree protection zones. We have pulled everything back from that to accommodate that request. The other items, such as the civil engineering that was adjusted for some of the rain garden zones, that was done. The garage and floor area calcs were clarified to make those corrections that were requested by staff. I want to bring up, because I suspect it will be a topic of your discussion, we do have that second floor balcony area, which is primarily above the garage. This, in some of these earlier discussions and the proposed guidelines, that upper balcony is just maybe about 107 square feet, so we're almost at that 100 square foot number. It has screening on almost completely on 3 sides with some of that decorative screening to really keep it very private, and it's in service of a very small area of the house, which the likelihood of that space being occupied by more than 2 people is going to be, you know, difficult to achieve, for one, because it's such a small space, and you know, very unlikely at all. Some of the things that came in the conditions, the lights that we do have at the front door, 2 small lights proposed, which are in the soffits. They're about 245 lumens each. I've used those before on projects, and they project a very narrow beam of light down. Where we have them placed is not very close to the house, so they'll not be washing the house with light necessarily, but simply illuminating the zone where people enter the house and create a much safer approach to the house. So we made great effort in the design to minimize the light spill in any way, but try and create a very safe approach to the house, so that the owners of the house currently have some young children, for one, and then the house is co-owned by a daughter and her mother, who her mother plans to occupy the ADU mother and husband and her husband. So it's a multi-generational house, and the safety of being able to walk up to the house without any issues, I think is paramount when we our max lumens is 375 for a surface mounted fixture, and we are very close to that number combined with these two small, I mean, these are the lens opening for those lights is only about 2 inches. And so it's really directing that beam down to reduce the light spillage. The skylights that staff mentioned, we do have 4 small 2-foot by 2-foot skylights, which when we look at those in the actual glazing area on a Velux 2-foot by 2-foot skylight, the glazing area is even less. So those are spread out in that quadrant in order to give a little bit of natural light to this interior stairwell and this completely interior hallway. The goal being, first of all, I mean, we could reduce it to 2 skylights, but maybe larger skylights, and does that make sense? But our goal was to try and, with these small skylights, spread the light out in order to gently wash the light into the stairwell to make that as safe as possible during the day. If there were no skylights there, we'd be turning on lights during the day, and that doesn't make sense to me from an ecological standpoint and just a psychological health standpoint. Natural light is a healthy source of light. So I'm hopeful that you can see that those are not excessive. They're barely at all visible from the street because of the way they're placed. They're farther back in the lot. They're at the second story. It's not a very steep pitch roof, so we're not really sending out that light. They'll of course have the automatic shades that will come on at dusk in order to avoid the light pollution. The garage door, we were proposing that in a kind of muted gray color. And when we look at the street elevation, what we're seeing with that garage door and the glazing areas on the opposite side is a balance. And so if we were to clad that garage door in the wood siding or match that color, our visual balance starts to weigh heavily to one side. And so that was the goal of that. If it is, the request to change that to a lighter color, we'd be, most inclined to clad it with the wood siding to match the house. The right-of-way and parking or right-of-way area for planting, one of the reasons, or the main reason we have minimized the plantings there is that the Forest Theater is a block away. And I tried to visit this house to distribute flyers on a day when the Forest Theater had a show. And I had to just keep going. I couldn't turn down Viscano. I couldn't turn down Crespi. I could barely drive my way out of this whole zone because this area is flooded, and that area in front of the house will have two cars parked on it every time the Forest Theater has a show, because this is the Forest Theater's parking lot, these streets. And so we don't want to plant so much that we are forcing people to then plant, either park on those plantings or force them somewhere else, and that they're walking down the street from the high school. Who knows? I mean, I'd love it if the city just said, hey, we're going to give away, my proposal is give away free bags of popcorn to everyone who takes a bus from the middle school. But that's not going to happen, and people are going to be parking there. So we didn't want to create a situation where we've got tire tracks across across these plantings. Lastly, the paver materials leading into the house. We are proposing a concrete, but we'd be happy to look at coloration of that concrete to blend well with the driveway paver color. We would like, you know, we don't want to continue driveway pavers across a path. It's kind of, I don't know if I've ever seen that done on a project in Carmel. Generally, we have an alternate material that makes that path. Because of the Scandinavian simplicity of this design, we feel like the simple concrete pavers with maybe some color added in would be very appropriate. We can do those as like large format pavers with drainage between them, so there could be small pebbles or sand between these pavers. But we would like to not have the driveway pavers continue across that path. And that's all I have for presentation right now. Are there any questions?
I had one quick question. In the stairwell, is there a wall? It's a U-shape. You come up to a landing, then you double back. Is there a wall between it that goes up, or is it just an open railing?
Open railing. So
Okay.
yeah, we're trying to spill light down so it would get to that. It's a very internally locked space where that is.
Yeah, there's no windows to it. Okay. Any other questions for Alan? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. At this time, I'd like to invite members of the public to come up and make any comments regarding this application. Don't see anybody in the chamber. We have a hand up. Okay.
Mr. Love?
Yes,
Go
you're
ahead and
able to
make your
hear.
comments.
Yes, are you able to hear me?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, well, thanks again for your time. So we've had several family members at our property subsequent to the meeting on March 8th. And by the way, my name again is Christopher Love, and I'm one of the co-owners of Viscano 7, the adjoining property, the uphill property. So the window that was concerning us most from a view perspective was our living room, and that is in the very front of the house on the corner closest to the street. Shifting the orientation as described by the designer, from what we can tell, did make a marginal difference, particularly in the master bedroom, where there's also downhill facing windows and a center bedroom. But from the window that we're most concerned about, that living room window, if that home is built as proposed, it's still going to largely obstruct our view. So again, it's somewhat difficult to tell from the flagging operation exactly how significant the impact's going to be. We took videos of both before and after and studied them as closely as we could. And so that's our analysis, that our view from the window that we're most concerned about is still going to be substantially obstructed by the second story. And I guess that our overall and my overall concern is that you've got a 6,000 square foot lot here. You've got a house that, by today's standards at 2,500 square feet is not huge, but it certainly is big for that lot. And it really maximizes every square inch of that particular lot space, which to us is a negative, and sort of gives the overall home the appearance of a monolith that has that monolithic appeal or appearance. And I think as part of one of the issues that one of the commissioners raised as part of the meeting in March was some suggestion to modify the windows to the front, as well as changing maybe some of the textures and materials on the exterior of the front-facing portion of the home to give it a less monolithic feel. And I didn't hear anything from the designer that any of those modifications were made. Also, with as many people as he describes are going to live in the home, I don't know what the driveway and what the parking situation are going to be like. So those are some additional concerns and comments that I have.
Okay, thank you. Looks like we have another hand up. Elaine White, did you want to speak to the commission? Elaine, go ahead. If you can hear me.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, sorry, I'm calling from in the middle of the night from Europe. So I am one of the owners of the property, and I know that my contractor, Brendan Connolly, is in your audience today, and I would ask that he address the commission about the conversations that he had with Mr. Love. We have made extensive modifications to the project to meet all of the concerns that were expressed at the March meeting. Additionally, what my understanding is that, first of all, this is a side window that Mr. Love has in his living room. I know that the commission has viewed it in person. It currently overlooks our roof. Additionally, it's the sense that we have that this is not, and he expressed this to Mr. Connolly, it's not a style that he likes, but it's not his house. And so, you know, quite frankly, their roof towers over our yard, but it isn't our business to comment on that. It's his house. And we've done everything that we've been able to do, including spending hours trying to manipulate the plan to meet the concerns expressed by the commission. So I would urge that the commission recognize those efforts that we've made and approve the plan.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, I think everybody's had a chance to speak that wanted to, so I'm going to close the public comments, open it up to the commissioners for their comments. Commissioner Locke, you want to begin?
I don't have a lot of comments on this, actually. I do understand the minimal right-of-way landscaping, and I think I would agree with the applicant on that, just because of the location of this property, and it is definitely prime street parking, so I think leaving it available for parking would be appropriate. The paver materials to the front door question, I think that the concept of doing some other material that has permeability between this between the pavers in a similar color, I would find that acceptable as well. And I don't really have any other comments. I think it's a nice project.
Commissioner Ahlborn?
Thank you, Chair. I agree with Commissioner Locke's comments. I'm unclear. You didn't talk about the skylights.
I don't have a problem with the skylights.
The four?
They're small. So,
I thought so
yeah,
too.
I think they're very small skylights, and they are on an inner kind of courtyard area, so they're not visible, I would say, from the street.
Well, and I agree with Commissioner Locke. I was looking at the proportion of the size of the skylights to the size of the roof, and I would be okay with striking condition of approval 34 to eliminate the two skylights. I support the architect, Mr. Lehman's suggestion that if we keep condition of approval 35, that we that as we specify, well, we may not need to specify, but he's inclined to clad that garage door with matching wood siding. I would accept that that suggestion. Condition of approval 33, Mr. Court, is that for the two lights above the front door? The extra lighting?
Those might have been the ones that caught my eye, but it is applied throughout.
Oh, it's applied throughout, okay. Then I would lighting and getting that right in Carmel is important, so I would support staff's recommendation for that. I do agree with Commissioner Locke to strike condition of approval 37 and the landscaping in the right-of-way, seen as the Forest Theater zone is particular when it comes to residential parking. And so we might as well accept the fact that that area is going to be used for parking rather than for successful landscaping. And for condition of approval 38 with the walkway materials, yes, let's get it permeable. As far as how that's done, I'm good with leaving that to staff and the architect. Thank you, and beautiful project. Thank you.
Commissioner Ruess?
Yeah, I wasn't sitting here during the first time this went through. My first reaction was, wow, nice house, but that big upper story window seems like a fishbowl. It goes all the way down. I don't have a problem with it, but that was what jumped out at me when I saw that. Regarding the skylights, I think, compared to other conversations up here, this is an appropriate use of the skylight because it's a small interior space that's used for transit. I don't have a problem with the skylights at all, so. The garage door cladding is fine. And I think I agree with Commissioners Locke and Ahlborn that not having so much landscaping in the right of way is actually a good thing in this part of town, so. It's very difficult to park there, so. That's it.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Commissioner Karapetkov?
I do not have any problems with the garage door. On the skylighting, first of all, I want to say that this is a good example of a properly executed ADU built into the house. We have seen so many other ADUs as part of the house where you look at that and immediately realize this is not an ADU. This is just additional square footage to your primary residency. This one is executed in a way that it basically shows that it's two separate entities. It has a separate stairways. It has a clear separation between the two living spaces. So I think this is a very good example how to do an ADU built into the house in the same structure. On the skylights, I don't really have problems with the skylights. It's probably possible to do it with one single skylight. I see here that there is a loft or playroom that has a relatively big window. I assume some light is going to come from that window into the hallway and also into the staircase. But if the architect is of the opinion that this is not enough for safe operation of the stairs, I'm all for using natural lighting. It's much better than putting additional lamps on the ceiling and trying to illuminate the space. Beautiful design, very logical. I was just startled by the number of bathrooms. I counted 5 and I said, wow, where did the 5 bathrooms came from? But then I realized that this old house, the 1,800 square feet house, whoever lived in that house was truly in love with bathrooms because he had 5. So to find an old house with 5 bathrooms and 1,800 square feet is just fascinating. Every single room in that house has a bathroom, including the bathrooms have bathrooms. It's just amazing, yeah.
It was forward thinking.
Yeah, it's fascinating. So anyway, I think that is great. I'm not a big fan of, the roof, because it has this sloped elements and flat elements. It would probably be possible to do the entire roof with sloped elements and eliminate the flat areas. I'm not sure how practical it is to have 2 different kind of roofs. I guess you need to call 2 different roofing companies to fix it. We don't have a guideline. We have a guideline to keep the siding kind of the same, right? But we don't have a similar guideline about roofs to keep kind of the roof consistent. So that's why, we end up with these combinations of flat roofs and sloped roofs and all other kinds of roofs. I think it's a good design. I'm a little bit concerned about having two bedrooms, the main bedrooms facing the street where there's a lot of traffic and noise, as I understand. But that's a decision of the homeowners if they want to live that way. Exterior lighting, I still don't understand. Where is the exterior lighting on this project, and is it a problem or not? Do we have in the front exterior lighting, or is it in the back? So I don't see anything on the kind of rendering here. There's no exterior lighting in the front, so I assume it's all in the back.
It's not on the rendering, it's on one of the plan sheets. It's on sheet A111, or A11. And then I'll also mention that a lot of the times during construction, additional light fixtures get added that aren't shown on the plan. So it's also just precautionary. You'll notice that I threw it into every project I presented today. It's precautionary as well as enforcing the plans that are before us.
Well, it also depends, right? Because if you have a simple door, like a swing door, it does make sense to put a light on the side where the door opens, right? That's where you get out, you have one light. But if you have a sliding door with two panels that can open on the left side and can open on the right side, you need two lights. You need one on the left side and one on the right side. So I don't know how the rule exactly applies in these situations, but in general, lighting in the back, I'm not concerned about it. Lighting in the front, yes, it's a quiet street, it's a dark street at night. It would be good to limit the lighting in the front of the house so that we keep this coziness. I think it's a great project. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, I just want to get some clarification on that landscaping in the front. Can you speak to that, Evan?
Sure, let me just get back to.
Is your finding from an ordinance?
Partially, in part. So the specific finding is final details finding number 4, visual continuity. Proposed landscaping, paving treatments, fences, and walls are carefully designed to complement the urbanized forest, the approved site design, adjacent sites, and public right-of-way. The design will reinforce a sense of visual continuity along the street. So the evidence for the finding for consistency was evidence C in the resolution. It's section 3, finding 4, evidence C. So if you are going to amend the condition, I recommend also amending this piece of evidence. But effectively, the summary was the design guidelines 10.2 through 10.4 state to use plants that are similar in character to those established along the block. Plants in the public right-of-way should be predominantly green foliage plants in keeping with the design traditions of Carmel. Planting in areas visible from the street or other public places may be added to the right-of-way and designed to blend into landscaping on site to enhance the sense of open space. If the right-of-way is planted, use native trees, ground cover, low shrubs are preferred. Then it goes on to state, landscaping plan includes minimal landscaping within the right-of-way, only a single row of small plants are located just outside the property lines. Within the bounds of the property, the proposed landscaping is only a few rows of planting deep, creating an isolated planter area as opposed to landscaping consistent with the character of the street, consistent with the character of the street, which includes areas of planting between the street edge to the front of the structure. So effectively, the point or the finding was this is just a small strip of landscaping, whereas the remaining character is landscaping from the street edge all the way up to the property. So the condition said, put more landscaping into the street consistent with the remaining block. If you look all up and down the block, there's landscaping throughout the right-of-way. Basically, we have a plan.
Do we typically require an applicant to put landscaping in the right-of-way? I mean, the only time I remember required is if there's a detached garage that's in the setback. Then isn't that usually typically
It's discretionary. My recommendation would be if you aren't going to require it in the right-of-way, require more on-site. That would be staff's recommendation.
Okay, all right. How would we require more on-site?
You can.
How do we quantify that?
I mean, you could quantify it up to a percentage. You could say, at least 50% of the area between the front property line and the residence shall be landscaped with plant material. Right now it's effective here. I'll pull up the site plan or
So
the landscape.
we don't have a landscape plan for this project, do we?
We do.
Oh, okay.
Shelby, would you mind?
Who's the other
over?
one? Yeah. I mean, I don't know how you increase the amount of landscaping.
Sorry. Can you please flip over to the laptop?
What page is the landscape on? Let me see, I've got the plans. Drawing in depth.
So right now, it's just the minimal area in the front of the property, and then the landscaping's relegated to the corners of the property in the rear. And then the rest of the site is just mulch, effectively. So staff's recommendation was to continue that continuity of landscaping along the street to increase the amount of landscaping in the right-of-way. Because
So the landscape plan is on A11.
Chair LePage, can I speak briefly to this?
Sure, come on up.
Thanks. Thanks for taking a deep look into that. I think we feel like the amount of landscaping we're proposing in the front of the house is quite adequate. We are not, we're concentrating it towards the property line. So it mostly serves as a layered effect of plants from the right-of-way side where we have quite a bit of planting to just on the other side of that. And we are limiting planting adjacent to the house, as is important for our fire-safe guidelines. And so it was very intentional the way we are proposing this landscaping, and we're hoping to keep that. And then when we were on site, and I was standing there at the street looking at the small, non-planted strip that's there now, is basically, where are you Bach Festival folks gonna park?
I parked there.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Let's see what we've got going here on this thing. So staff's recommendation is if we're going to change that condition, is that 30? So you shall revise landscaping consistent with the plans, compatible. Oh, right away. No, it's 37.
there's
37?
There's 36 and 37. One is to.
Okay, so staff's recommendation is that if we're going to not require landscape planning in the right-of-way, that we increase the percentage of landscaping on the property.
That would be my recommendation.
Okay, and that could be done in the rear and the front. But you want it specifically in the front?
I would recommend, the finding is the design will reinforce a sense of visual continuity along the street.
Wrong street, right, right.
The
That was,
street
that
is-
was the intent. Okay. All right, so I would add that to be condition 37. To increase the landscaping between the front of the house and the property line. And condition 38, let's see, it's the paving materials prior to building, the applicant shall revise the plans, clearly indicate the concrete walkway and paving materials be the same. I would just modify that there is a consistency in color and design so that they, the walkways, the materials are subordinate to each other. Is staff okay with that?
Yeah, the intent, I'm rereading this now. Really, the issue was on one plan sheet, it said the materials matched. On another plan sheet, the materials said they were different.
So you were just saying consistency with, you were referring to the.
Yeah, if they're both pavers, but they're a different paver to identify this as the driveway, this is a walkway, that's fine. Really, the issue is it shouldn't be
You just want
concrete.
consistency in the plan. That was more your.
Well, yeah,
your
correct,
intent.
correct,
All
and
right, okay.
it shouldn't be concrete.
So that's fine. And the, my opinion on the skylights is, 2 skylights in that stairwell is plenty. So I would support staff's, recommendation there, finding. It's open, that's why I asked if there was a wall in there.
Chair, with the 2 skylights, I believe the architect had asked, could they be larger? Could there be 2, but could they be larger? So why don't we give
From my
that direction?
experience, two by skylights are plenty. I mean, I have them in my house like that. You wouldn't believe how much light one 2x2 skylight brings in, brings a lot of light in. So I think it's adequate. And we are trying to limit the amount of skylights. So I'd make the motion that we accept the resolution as per staff with the modification to the, I think it would just be special condition number 37, that additional landscaping be provided from the front of the property to the property line, and that the condition number 38, that as long as the pavers are subordinate to each other, that they be allowed that, and that the paving, the plan should be corrected so that it just says that they're the same in both locations.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, is there any further discussion? Okay, roll call, please.
Commissioner Ahlborn?
Yes.
Commissioner Karapetkov?
Yes.
Commissioner Locke?
Yes.
Commissioner Ruess?
Yes.
And Chair LePage?
Yes, okay, the motion is carried. Thank you. You ready for a break now? Okay, I'm going to, we're going to have a break. We will reconvene at 7:30. What's going on over there? Oh, I know what's going on. Now I see. Now I know what's going on.
I was looking for to see if you want to amend the use permit to clarify the outdoor seating, or if you're just figure that out. Sure. I'll look into it and figure out what that's option. Yeah, no problem at all.
Well, you know, you can get it there. Yeah, just really bad.
Look, I have a photo of it. This is how they delivered it.
I mean, from my perspective, it's the parking court, but how would you find the road?
That's Commissioner Ahlborn,
Here.
Commissioner Karapetkov,
Here.
Commissioner Locke.
Here.
Commissioner Ruess.
Here.
And Chair LePage.
Here. I apologize for starting late. We had to go find the pizza. We had to hunt it down. Okay. All right, that brings us to, on the public hearings, I believe it's item 11. Am I correct? Am I in the right place? Yep, okay. This is another design study, DS 25291. This is the Ridgewoods LLC concept design study for the construction of a single-story additions totaling 644 square feet, replacement of roofing, siding, windows, doors, and rearrangement and replacement of site coverage. Have staff report, please.
Good evening, Commissioners. As stated, this is for the concept design study for DS 25291, 25988 Ridgewood LLC. So for a brief background on the project, it's a 7,667 square foot lot. There's existing slightly over 2,000 square feet of floor area and 1,500 square feet of site coverage, L-shaped single-story home, and the applicant is proposing to demolish a covered porch and the hardscape on site. You can also see there's a few trees slated to be removed that we will cover later in the presentation. The applicant is proposing to expand the floor area with the two additions and the reconstruction of the covered porch as a, well, just an extension of the house, making the property into a U shape. That will bring the floor area up to roughly 2,800 square feet, and they are reducing their site coverage, bringing it into compliance. The site coverage on site, once the project is constructed, will be 823 square feet. And as stated in the project description, the additions to the house will total 644 square feet. For forest character, I've highlighted in red 5 trees that are slated for removal, 4 of which were determined to be not significant during the tree evaluation as part of the preliminary site assessment. One of the trees was noted as significant, but since the preliminary site assessment, there was authorization from the city forester to have the tree removed under an emergency authorization because the tree posed a threat to the property. The rest of the trees on site are slated to remain, one of which is just over the property line at the rear of the property. You can see the green circle. And the city foresters determined that this meets the tree density requirements, so they're good to proceed with their trees without planting any additional. And here are the trees that are to remain. The structural root zones are shown around said trees here. I know there was a little bit of concern about the proximity of the tree to the rear addition, but you can see here that it is slated to be, the addition is slated to be outside of that structural root zone. The only place that has any kind of work being done in the structural root zone is the large tree at the front of the property in the right-of-way next to the driveway. And so any excavation in that area will be needed to be done by a pneumatic excavator or hand dug. As for the topography on the site, as you saw today, it's a fairly flat site. There is a little bit of grading that's going to be done in order to channel drainage towards 5 catch basins that I've highlighted in yellow on this slide. So drainage, at least from a preliminary standpoint, looks good, and the final grading and drainage plan will be reviewed by environmental compliance as part of the building permit to make sure that it complies with all standards. But no concerns have been raised so far. For privacy, views, mass, and bulk, we haven't received any concerns from any residents in town about privacy or view concerns. The proposed additions maintain the single story, and as an extra concern, the architect and the homeowner decided to proceed with a volume study ahead of the concept design, and it has passed volume. So they did this through just maintaining low plates, and as you can see at the very top of the slide, you'll see the existing elevation on the left and the proposed on the right. They've converted some of the gabled roofing into hip roofing to kind of bring that volume down and make sure it's minimizing the apparent volume from the street. I wanted to include the other elevations, but it's pretty much a continuation of the last slide. Passes volume by 1,000 cubic feet, a little over 1,000. Maintains a pretty similar profile, but extends out at the rear to make that U shape from an L shape. The building form, the building and roof form, as stated, it's going from kind of an L shape to a U shape, both of which are deemed as appropriate building forms in the design guidelines. There's a few other projections from the building, but nothing that overly complicates it. And they're actually increasing the simplicity of the roof. The previous roof had 4 and 12, 3 and 12, 1 and 12, and 2 and 12 slopes, so it varied based off of, there were some shed roofs, there was the gables, it was just the overall roof structure was just more varied. So they've simplified that a lot, adding in the hipped roof and the additions and just making the roof more uniform throughout. So it's a 4 and 12 everywhere except for at the entry, where the little entry will have a slightly steeper pitch of 6 and 12. With that, staff's recommending that the Planning Commission adopt the resolution as presented by staff. I'm here for any questions.
Questions for staff? I had one question. I know this is concept, but on that one elevation, it looks like the stone only wraps part of the way down the garage. Is that the case? Like here on the proposed south elevation?
You can see there, yes, it does.
Is there a corner
terminate
there?
I can't remember if there's a corner there.
I mean, I know this is concept, but
I would need to double check, but that is a good point. If we did approve this at final, I would recommend having any stone veneer terminated in interior corner as is standard with our, we have a standard stonework condition about that.
Yeah.
So I'll talk to the applicant and have them update the design so the stone wraps all the way around the garage.
okay, thank you for that clarification.
Yeah, good catch.
Okay, any other questions for staff? All right, would the applicant like to come up and make their presentation at this time?
For considering my project and staying late. That pizza smells good. I'm gonna go get one after this. My architect unfortunately had a family obligation and wasn't able to be here tonight. He apologizes. His name's John Moore. He's been here before. My name's Joe Biagini, and I'm actually the owner of the property. I'm very much not an architect, as you guys will quickly find, but I'll do my best to give you some good information about this project. So I purchased this home about a year ago. It's a 1939 build, and a few small interesting additions over the years that we have discovered and want to correct. And basically, it's a fairly simple project with the idea of keeping kind of the character of the street and the surrounding area and overall city of Carmel intact with this project, and to kind of honor the city. And so it's time for an upgrade, especially on the roof. A lot of quirky things going on that we want to smooth out, but we're not raising the roof at all, just keeping it essentially the same pitch and height. And the main footprint of the house is remaining, aside from the small addition in the living room, and then an addition in the back for a bedroom, as you guys saw, I believe, today. And the roof framing will be cleaned up. The lines will remain fairly similar, and this project complies with the zoning ordinances, the floor area, site coverage, height, volume study, as Mr. Olander mentioned. And then the site coverage, we're bringing it back into compliance because it was kind of crazy relative to the ordinances of the city. So want to keep it fairly short because that benefits me and hopefully benefits you guys as well. But I'm happy to answer any questions that may come up. So.
Any questions for the owner? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, anybody from the public that would like to make any comments, come forward at this time on this project? Any hands up online, Shelby?
No, sir.
Okay, I'm going to close the public comments, open it up to commissioners. Commissioner Karapetkov, you want to tee it up?
Yeah, maybe just a couple of words. So that house is very similar to my house. And so the proposal is exactly what I'm doing with my house. I had a wood shake roof. I replaced it with composite shingles. I had old windows, single pane, replaced them with double pane, and the siding also needs to be replaced. So yeah, very logical, very straightforward. I have no objections to the project. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Locke?
I really have nothing more to say other than that this is a nice little project.
Commissioner Ahlborn?
Thank you, Chair. Agreed. I love that the non-compliant site coverage is going to be reduced. I think that's excellent. I like seeing the Plainton Ridge heights being where they ought to be. There's an archaeological report that surprises me that that part of town, I didn't realize that part of town was inside the archaeological zone. So they know what to do there. I know they have all the direction they need. I think of note is Mr. Olander's conditions of approval with one mention, one, the landscape plan. So, but I support the project as described. Thank you.
Commissioner Ruess?
Yeah, so my first thought when I read through this was, and I don't mean the appearance of the house, which I think is fine, but other than that, I thought the application was unremarkable. That was the word that came to mind. It seems like it checked the boxes. They did what they were supposed to do, so I have no problem with this at all.
Yeah, I agree. We have a resolution to accept the concept design. Is there any further discussion? Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Commissioner Ahlborn?
Yes.
Commissioner Karapetkov?
Yes.
Commissioner Locke?
Yes.
Commissioner Ruess?
Yes.
And Chair LePage?
Yes, the motion is carried. Thank you. Okay, that brings us to another design study, DS 25356, the Dale project. This is consideration of the final design for the demolition of 1,168 square foot, one-story single-family residence and the construction of a 1,600 square foot, one-story single-family residence and 227 square foot detached carport on San Carlos. Can we have the staff report, please?
Thank you, Chair. I'll be presenting the Dale project this evening. As you said, proposed this evening is a 1,600 square foot, one-story home with a 227 square foot detached carport. 200 square feet of that carport is categorized as floor area for required parking, and then the remaining square footage is in the site coverage category. Here you can see the existing and the proposed site plans, and I'll be going through several more slides showing the setbacks and other code requirements. The commission did review this project back in March, and they did have you did have several conditions for concept acceptance listed here. The conditions were accepted as drafted by staff, except for condition number 5, that the red text was the direction of the commission to edit the facade window. The applicant did reduce the dimensions of the window as directed, and all other conditions for concept acceptance were incorporated into this final design or satisfied. The project does require a deviation from the design guidelines, which speak to roof form generally being low or moderately pitched. More steeply pitched roofs, such as a 6 or a 12 and 12 roof pitch, are permitted on 2-story buildings, and this project proposes the steeply pitched roof on a 1-story building. While staff cannot deviate from the design guidelines, the Planning Commission can, as long as the proposed design meets all of the design objectives, as well as or better than strict adherence to the guidelines. And these are the 6 objectives here. The Commission expressed support for the roof pitches at the concept hearing. The proposed 1-story design does feature very low plate heights at 8'1", which is less than the allowable 12-foot plate heights, reinforcing the human scale of the proposed design. Further, the steeply pitched roof design is essential to executing the proposed Tudor-inspired architectural style. The commission did not identify significant privacy, solar, or view impacts to neighboring properties at the concept hearing and did support the roof pitch as integral to the architectural style. Here you can see the setbacks are coming into conformance. Presently, the home is non-conforming, so the proposed project is getting further away from both the north and south neighbors. The commission is required to make findings to allow either a detached garage or carport in the front setback. The proposed carport does meet the length and width and height and square footage requirements. The carport also meets the requirement to have the right-of-way landscaped at least 50%. No significant trees are impacted. There's also a finding about free and safe movement of pedestrians and vehicles, and we discussed the speed limit on San Carlos and driver visibility and the fact that pedestrians primarily utilize the sidewalk on the east side of the street. There is no sidewalk on the west side of the street, the subject property. And then there is a finding about all development on site will be in scale with adjacent properties and the neighborhood context consistent with the design guidelines. There are several detached garages on the subject block. The current property does not have any parking, no garage or carport, so it's non-conforming, and the applicant is proposing to provide the parking at the south side of their property, maintaining open space to the north, so protecting access to light for the north neighbor, and it does preserve views into the site to a greater degree than an enclosed garage would. And it is smaller than the maximum permitted size and shorter than the maximum permitted height. The carport would add diversity to the streetscape. Here it says we have 4 properties on the subject block face with detached garages in the front setback. This would be the only home with a detached carport, and then 5 properties have neither a garage or a carport in the front setback. The finished materials are largely unchanged from what the commission viewed in March, and there are no conditions regarding the finished materials. We have received public correspondence from the south neighbor, and there are remaining concerns from the north neighbor, who we heard from in March. Here is the streetscape. You can see the current home is some 30 feet setback from the property line, and it is, I think, some 10 feet high. So the proposed project does encroach further into the front yard and does increase the height of the building. As you can see, the neighbor to the south is located on a corner lot, a south-facing corner lot, and the neighbor to the north is largely shielded from view due to the vegetation that they've maintained along their front property line. The commission is charged with assessing view and light impacts. The guidelines recommend buildings be located so that they will not substantially block views enjoyed by others. It is inevitable that some building masses will be in the view shed of neighbors, and the commission is tasked with determining an equitable balance among properties and what constitutes a substantial view blockage. Currently, as I described, the neighboring properties enjoy unobstructed views across the front of the subject property due to the fact the existing home is 31 feet setback from the property line. So the applicant's proposal to locate the carport on the south side of the property was strategic in protecting the north neighbor's access to light, and the south neighbor has access via their east and south elevations. Here are just, if we need them, the setbacks showing how the proposed project will be further away from the property lines. And that concludes my presentation. The staff recommendation is to approve the project as conditioned. We have the applicant here, as well as a representative for the south neighbor.
Kathy, can you put that setback slide back up? Thanks.
The top 2 images are the north property line existing and then proposed. And then the bottom half of the screen shows the south property line, again, existing versus proposed. So you'll see presently, the home encroaches on both sides into that 3-foot minimum setback. And then the proposed setbacks vary, they're anywhere from 3 feet 2 inches to 6 feet. And they're kind of staggered to avoid the major living areas of the neighboring properties. The setbacks increase in areas adjacent to living spaces.
And the project's required to have a 12-foot, it's a 12-foot composite or a 10-foot?
10.
10-foot composite, yeah. So it meets that.
It does.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for staff? Nope. Okay, I'd like to.
I have a question.
Oh, go ahead.
I note in the design, in the materials page here, there is what looks to me like, the chimney cap is copper. I'm wondering how this plays with the city's objection to copper gutters and downspouts, because the purpose of that ordinance was to avoid rainwater running off of copper right into the groundwater.
Great question. The policy is currently to select alternative materials for water conveying elements like gutters and downspouts. However, the cap has been deemed not water conveying, so for the pollution concerns, caps are still permitted.
Okay, no further questions? All right, I'd like to invite the architect to come up and make her presentation.
Thanks, Commissioners. My name is Merritt Hawley, and it's nice to see you all again. We appreciate your time and the thoughtful review of our project through both the concept and final details phases. And we have a little slideshow too. Was this the clicker?
I'll click through for you.
Okay, thanks. From the beginning, we with our client, Melissa Dale, made a strong effort to engage neighboring property owners. You'll see the letter we hand-delivered back in November of last year in the packet that you received, and remained available throughout the process to discuss the project and any concerns. The home is shorter and less massive than what is allowed under the zoning code and has been intentionally designed to minimize its scale, respect the existing context, and to gently reference Carmel's heritage. It is a 1,600 square foot cottage on a very small lot in a dense village setting. It has come to our attention that the neighbors have recently identified a few areas of concern about the house, areas that are purposely left open for judgment rather than specifically prescribed. And these areas are the carport design and location, the roof pitch, and it's the house's compatibility with the neighborhood. In the spirit of goodwill, we studied the suggested changes to the design, and we found that they would fundamentally alter it without meaningfully improving the concerns that had been identified. I want to repeat that. If we were to change the project as requested, it would still not address the concerns that have been brought forward by the neighbors. So first, the carport and the front setback. The code says to encourage variety and diversity in the neighborhood design, detached garages and carports may be authorized by the Planning Commission within rear yard setbacks or front or side yard setbacks facing a street. At the earliest iteration of our concept, we determined that a carport in the front setback would do the following. It would allow us to maintain a single-story house so that our client could safely age in place. It would preserve enough open space in the back of the property for a very small garden. It would significantly reduce the amount of impermeable site coverage. There are several cascading consequences to moving the carport out of the front setback in a lot this size, one of which is the likely need for a second story. On a site of this size, it results in a larger looming building. Ultimately, we determined that a second story would make it difficult for our client to access as she ages and would cast shadows over the neighbor to the north's living space, which we obviously wanted to avoid. The carport structure itself is very small and short. In fact, the southern neighbor's fence, which you can see from this rendering, is as tall as the plate height of the carport. We'd be willing to plant a hedge along the property line to further soften the view of the proposed structure if that's something that you would like us to entertain. Can you do the next slide? We performed a solar study to show that documents the path of the shadows throughout the year. Because the sun is located to the south of our property, our solar study demonstrates that the proposed structures do not create a measurable reduction in solar access for the property to the south, nor to the habitable space of the property to the north. Per Catherine's findings at the design concept hearing, the project is consistent with the city's objectives for public and private views and will retain a reasonable amount of solar access for neighboring sites. Among a number of suggestions, the neighbors to the south asked that we make the carport roof a flat roof rather than a pitched roof. And you can click. Here's a drawing of what a flat-roofed carport would look like. Not only is it incongruous with the rest of the house and more massive than the proposed carport, you can click. The neighbor to the south would see more wall closer to their property line rather than a roof that stretches away from it. The next kind of concern is the roof pitch and the neighborhood compatibility. The proposed roof is a 12 by 12 pitch with an intentionally very low plate height, as Catherine mentioned. It's at a comfortable human scale. The result is a building whose ridge heights are comparable to neighboring structures with a reduced amount of visible wall mass. So you can see that Carmel's got these beautiful traditional cottages that we all love, and these are all similarly designed with a steep roof pitch and a very low plate height. So it feels more approachable, more human. Let's see. At the last meeting, commissioners, you all commented favorably about the roof and composition. Quote, "I think in this case, the pitched roof is appropriate for this design," said Commissioner Locke. Quote, "I do think that the architect is suggesting something really beautiful and unique," Commissioner Karapetkov. "Architecturally, I think this is one of the most exciting projects we've seen in a long time," Commissioner Ahlborn. "The architect has presented a very sensitive design and makes a lot of connections to the historical character of our architecture," Chair LePage. "I want to emphasize that we did study whether a lower pitch would be suitable for the property," and we can click to the next one. Here's an image of the proposed house, and then the next. Here's an image with the same house with a 612 pitch. We concluded, and you can go to the next, that a shallower pitch would produce a heavy, misscaled building with more wall area and significantly reduced architectural character. A shallower roof pitch would not solve any, well, this is the most important bit, a shallower roof pitch would not solve any of the concerns that the neighbors have about views or access to light. It just would be a flatter roof pitch. You'll see from these photos, thank you, of the proposed building's story poles, even with their steeper pitch, they settle pleasantly into the streetscape. Given that the proposed ridge heights are comparable to neighboring roofs and that the commission previously expressed support for the roof forms, we continue to believe the proposed pitch is appropriate for the site and consistent with Carmel's architectural traditions. And then I want to return to the intent of the final details meeting, which is to review landscape selections and building materials. So I have some things that I could share with you in our little collection. So we have been deliberate in selecting materials and forms that reflect Carmel's established character. So we have flagstones for the pathway. We have compatible synthetic shake roofing shingles. We have paint colors for the walls, the plaster walls, and the windows, and then some brochures if you want to look at the traditionally designed windows. So additionally, we retained a licensed landscape architect who's on Zoom and available to answer any questions to ensure that the garden contributes positively not only to the property, but to the broader neighborhood character and forest setting. We proactively reached out to reputable general contractors to develop a comprehensive list of ways to mitigate impacts on the neighbors throughout construction. We do understand construction has impacts, and we would like to make sure that we're taking that into account, even at this early stage. It's important to note that the project before you today is substantially the same project that received very positive feedback during concept review. The site planning, building massing, access, and overall design approach remain unchanged. We believe the project satisfies the intent of both the design concept review and final details review criteria, is consistent with the design guidelines, and represents a thoughtful and considered response to both the site and the surrounding neighborhood. We have listened carefully to the concerns that have been raised, and we have revisited the carport location, access to light, and the roof form. After further study, though, we continue to believe that the proposed design represents the best balance of neighborhood compatibility, site constraints, aging-in-place functionality, preservation of open space, and Carmel character, and for these reasons, we respectfully request your continued approval. Thanks.
Oh, Mary, we have a couple questions.
Yeah.
At least I do. Okay, so can you speak to the plate heights on the main residence?
Sure.
Can you kind of, I don't know if they're all the same, you said they're varied.
They're different.
But I'd like to just get an idea of what the plate heights are.
So in some cases, they're 8 feet, in some cases,
So well, specifically, what about the plate heights along the southern side?
on the southern side, they are, they're 8 feet, or sorry, that's the northern side. The southern side, they're actually lower at 7.6.
Okay. And then does the northern side mimic that, or is it?
The northern side is 8 feet for some of the vaults, and then has a very low, actually does have a low roof pitch over the sleeping spaces where it's the closest to the neighbor to the north's house. We wanted to be sure, we wanted to stay low in that area. And then and in the back, there's just one small volume in the back that goes, that's also 7.6. So it's 7.6 or 8 feet. They're
Okay.
low height.
Okay. And then the carport in the front, it looks like the plate height is pretty low there at
It
the
is
south.
low. Yes, it's 6,
I mean, with the human figure you have there, it looks,
it is, yeah, it's very low. It's 6 feet at the very lowest bit, and then it rises.
and then the height of the opening,
Um,
is that an 8-foot height or 7?
it's,
7 foot or
it's 8 feet,
it's 8 feet
so you
high?
can fit a car comfortably.
Do you have can you bring up that there it is, okay. That's 8 foot. So on that, the opposite side, well, the north side, so that's 8 foot, I assume? The plate height to the
Yes.
carport? Okay. Okay. Thank you. Do you have any other questions what, another question?
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Hall, not so much a question as just a comment or an observation.
Sure.
And I maintain absolutely exciting, beautiful design. For the carport, my eye keeps going to the difference in weight between the northern supports and the southern supports. You don't need to respond to me, and I won't be asking as a condition of approval that change. But I think there might be an opportunity to bring the difference in weight for those 4 posts a little bit closer together.
I agree, and I think, some sort of embellishment to the post would be really interesting, and, thanks.
Okay, I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I'd like to invite any members of the public to come up at this time and make their comments.
I would like to comment, however, our lawyer is going,
Come on up and,
our lawyer is going to come in by Zoom, and I'd prefer that she comment first. So I don't know where she is or how she's going to connect.
you don't, she's in transit?
No, excuse me.
Is she on Zoom? Yes. Oh, she's on Zoom, so
Okay, so I will speak after.
If you want to speak after, all right. So her name is Jennifer? Jennifer, you want to speak to us now?
Yes. Oh, hi. Yes. Hello. Hi.
Good, I can hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. My name is Jennifer Rosenthal, and I represent the Cathieros, who are the direct property owners to the south of the applicant. I'd like to thank Catherine for all the time and effort she has put into this. And also, I would like to thank the commissioners for coming to my client's home today to see and understand their concerns. I have submitted a comment letter detailing my client's opposition and the legal authority to support their opposition. So tonight, I'd just like to highlight their concerns and reiterate their requests. And as you saw today, the proposed house, and most particularly the steep roof line, blocks the majority of light and view from two key areas in my client's home, the kitchen and the dining room. And as designed, the roof line also blocks the entire north view from the front patio. The roof and house itself will block the entire window in the dining room. And yes, the proposed project will be farther away from the property line. As proposed, it will completely block any sort of natural light that will come in. Additionally, as the house is designed, it does not blend in with other houses on San Carlos. This is the only house on San Carlos Street that will have a roof with such a high pitch. And I did prepare a slideshow of various houses on the street that Catherine can show you.
Sorry to interrupt you, Jennifer. IT, if you could show the PowerPoint, please. Thank you.
Thank you. These photographs were also included in my comment letter, but just as you'll notice, I walked up and down the street and photographed both sides, and there are no other houses with these types of roofs. So as you can see, the design as proposed does not have neighborhood compatibility. And when considering a carport, CMC section 17.010.030 as relied on, there are several findings that need to be made to allow a carport in the setback. And here, finding number 5 has not been met because the roof line is not in scale with adjacent properties along the entire street. We asked the commission to use their authority under the general plan policy P1-51 that requires the commission to consider privacy, polar access, private views of the neighboring buildings, and is required to attempt to achieve an equitable balance. And here, we are requesting the equitable balance would be 1, moving the house back towards the back property line. 2, requiring the carport to be built with a flat roof and move back out of the front setback. And 3, soften the pitch of the entire project. These requests are governed under the earlier referenced code sections, and we ask the commission to balance the equities and grant our requests while still allowing the project to move forward with the requested modifications. And I have nothing further unless you have questions for me, and I know my client would like to speak as well.
Questions for the client's attorney? Thank you. Okay, do you want to come up and speak to us?
So hello, Commissioners. I'm Mary Caffiero. My husband, Luca Caffiero, and I own the property in question to the south of the Dale residence. I met all of you earlier today, I believe, and I thank you for coming to the house. So because you've been there, you're now able to appreciate the impact that this project will have on our house. Most egregiously, the entire blockage of our dining room window. I hope that all of you, I hope that all of you noticed that while you were there. The present view is sky and treetops. The proposed view would be shingles, 100% shingles, okay? Moving into our kitchen, that window is also affected as well by the carport. Oh, let me back up a minute. The dining room is affected by the body of the house itself, that steeply pitched shingle roof in the house. Moving into the kitchen, however, that is affected by the steeply pitched roof of the carport. Okay, so we look out the window of the kitchen to the north and the northeast, and we no longer see trees, and the sky is diminished. Stepping outside into the patio, as you can see in that picture, we're just on the wrong side of that carport. We see the shingle roof of the carport instead of the open side. There are other places in the house that I think I showed you as well. The transom windows, the back bedroom, all of this is affected. But our main problem is with the dining room window. Okay, We know, having replaced windows in that house here in Carmel, that conformity in Carmel is a big issue, as well it should be. And we know that there's a lot of room in Carmel for whimsy, quirkiness, individuality, originality, and all of that, but that those elements are restrained by strict parameters. And we feel, my husband and I feel, that the Dale project lies outside those aesthetic boundaries. The notion of transposing architectural elements from a large public building, i.e. the Sunset Center, to a very small private home, to me is frankly puzzling. We are deeply upset about all the shingles that are going to be blocking our views, especially our dining room window. And as our attorney said, we'd like to ask for the house to be moved back, which would liberate some of the view at least, give us a little more sky and trees back, to flatten the roof of the carport and to soften the lines of these spikes, which don't really have any functional use. They're just empty volumes. So I thank you all for listening to me, and I hope that you will keep these considerations take them into consideration. Thank you again.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, well, I'll let you come up at the end there. So anyone else from the public that wants to make any comments regarding this application? No other hands going up? Okay, so I'll invite the architect, or is this, are you the architects? Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. Good.
So good evening, everyone. I'm Melissa Dale. I'm the owner of the house on San Carlos. And just wanted to say a few words about the project. First, my family has strong ties to the community. We've had ties to Carmel since the mid-1980s, so over 40 years now. It has been my dream since I was younger to own a house, my own house in Carmel, and to move here and live and retire here in the future. So this is a project I've been thinking about and working with my architect for quite some time. We've put a lot of time and energy into making sure we come up with something that's good for the space, good for the neighborhood, and we did take into account trying to position the home better on the lot so that we weren't right up next to each other. So we have been taking those concerns into consideration. I'm really excited to move to Carmel to become an active and engaged member in the community. I'm really happy with the beautiful design that my architect has come up with, and really hope that you will continue to support this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to allow the architect, if they want to come back up and finish up any comments or respond to anything.
Just one item in particular, a suggestion that we move the house back means that the property owner will have no backyard at all. And no privacy whatsoever at that point. So we did also consider that, but we would like to preserve a small amount of outdoor garden space.
What's the current setback, proposed setback in the back?
I don't know, I'll have to check.
The north volume of the home is at the 15-foot setback line.
The front or the rear?
The rear.
The rear, is it 15? Okay.
The north half of the rear.
Okay. It's because it's varied.
Yeah, and then the garden, the small patio in the back is meant so that there is a bit of opening so that you don't have one long
Right.
elevation on either side.
Yeah,
So
I see.
It was intentional.
It opens up in the back. Okay, thank you. All right, no other hands going up online? All right, I'm going to close the public comments, open it up to the commission for their comments. Commissioner Ahlborn, would you like to begin?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Chair LePage. I have a few comments. I I'm very pleased to see that the carport now is in compliance with 1710-030A1 and our design guideline 6.2, getting it out of that side setback. That's critical and really non-optional. I agree with staff's condition of approval 22 for the landscape plan and also the city forester and making sure that that's all tight. And also 26, condition of approval 26 for the site drainage and the stormwater quality protection. That is so essential here in Carmel, and that's part of our policy P5-194, so that's great. Thank you for the modified transom window. I like that very much. We know that the trees are all good. The data table looks good. My comment on the views, it is always so difficult for us to balance that here in Carmel because we're so often so small and so close to one another. I support Ms. Wallace's approach to views on this particular property. Yes, we do have the general plan policy P151, and that's also it's also echoed in our 5.2 design guideline. They both speak to locating buildings so as to not substantially block views enjoyed by others. And this is 100% subjective, excuse me. After touring the site again and touring the site today, I'm very grateful for the neighbors giving us the opportunity to have that on-site experience. Also looking at the photos, I support staff's conclusion. I do think that the way that the property has been changed, I do think it conforms to that policy, to P151. On the roof pitch, yes, it's a deviation. We don't usually do the 12-12. But the Tudor architecture, which we also see throughout town, you can't do Tudor without doing something either 12-12 or close to 12-12. So I say that we can meet that finding, no problem, 1758-060D. And especially because the ridge heights and the plate heights all conform. They're all beneath their maximum. What else? That's it. That's all I have to say. So thank you. I would support the project as conditioned.
Commissioner Locke?
I agree with the comments we just made, and do want to also point out that I heard the architect indicate that they would be willing to put a hedge or some kind of landscape between the two properties to perhaps soften the impact on the dining room window. So, otherwise, I think this is a really nice project.
Commissioner Karapetkov?
Okay. So yeah, I don't see anything wrong with having a Tudor-style house on that street. You know, the character of the neighborhood is usually set by a large building in the neighborhood. Like where I live, the character is set by the Carmel Mission. There's nothing you can do about it. That's the biggest building. Where the Dale project is, the character is set by the bigger building, the Sunset Center. So I think that is great that, you know, houses around that big building follow the same architectural pattern. And we have a duty to the community to compensate somehow for the lot of flat roofs that we have approved recently. So we have deviated from this perfect 412, 512 that we have in the design guideline, and we always went in the other direction. We approved a lot of flat roofs over the last 3 years I've been on the Planning Commission, and that is another a unique opportunity to go in the other direction and compensate for that and have a 12-12 roof, which is amazing. And in this particular setting, it works very well. It is very practical in my mind because it allows light to come into this new house. They have some windows on the roof, so they can get the light into the first floor of a single floor house. They don't seem to impact the neighbors to the north at all. Now that the acacia trees removed. It was visible how much light is there and how open that space is. And it allows to see this house, this future house, much better. Also, the homeowner made a lot of sacrifices here, right? We know the 99%, 95% of the cases we get for remodeling proposals, they come with the maximum floor space, with the maximum height, with the maximum everything. Like everybody's maxing out as if every square feet has to be absolutely utilized when you remodel. In this case, I fully believe that the homeowner saying that they do it because they love Carmel. People who love Carmel do that. People who do not love Carmel, they build two-story houses with a flat roof and with 4,500 square feet, right? So that's how it works. Also inside, if you look at the floor plan, it's very well, it's complying with the Tudor style. It's not just from the outside, it's not fake, it's real. When you look inside, you have these narrow hallways, you have relatively small bedrooms, you don't have this kitchen and living space connected into this giant area that you see in modern houses. So it's really true to the style and unique in that way. Also, I talk about being practical, I talk about being feasible. This is one of the few places where you can actually do that. The majority of the lots, you cannot really do it. This is one of the lots where you can do it. And also, this is one of the few lots where it really brings a lot of benefit to the community because San Carlos is a kind of the entryway into Carmel. That's the street where everybody takes because it doesn't have stop signs. So everybody who wants to go downtown takes San Carlos. So everybody who does that will have the chance to see that home, which is different from, let's say, a house that is on the periphery of town where a few people will walk by and see. This is going to be seen by thousands and tens of thousands of people. So that brings to the character of Carmel much more than a house that is hidden somewhere outside of town or on the periphery. The architect made a very good presentation and clearly stated the case for it. I don't think that the house needs to move back. Actually, I want to see that house. I don't want it to be hidden somewhere in the back. The carport is, in my mind, very well executed. It's not, usually we will see a massive garage in the front, right? That would be kind of the standard solution, is to put a big closed garage with a giant garage door and maybe a tiny little window or maybe no window at all. This one is completely open and it allows us to see the house in the back and to see the trees and to see the whole nature around the house. I think it's a very good execution of the carport. And yeah, I just would like to commend the homeowner and the architect for demonstrating the core benefits or the core beliefs that we have here in Carmel: modesty, restraint, in brackets, don't push everything to the max because it doesn't make us happy. So that's really, and the fact that there's no second story. Like, think about it, a standard investment LLC would take this lot, will demolish whatever is on it, and will build a two-story building. And that's exactly the situation where all of the neighbors will be unhappy. The people driving down the street will be unhappy, and we from the Planning Commission will be unhappy. Now we have a beautiful design on a single story with very practical features. I have no problem with that. I'm absolutely in support of it. Thank you.
Commissioner Ruess.
Thank you. There's a lot of talk in this town about the character of Carmel. And, you've all heard the expression, you know it when you see it. This is the character of Carmel. I look at this house and go, yeah, that's Carmel-y. So I think that's right on point there. There's been some discussion about nonconformity with the rest of the street, and I think that needs to be balanced against the design guideline for diversity. And I can see that playing either way, but this is certainly diverse. It does have that aesthetic link to the Sunset Center, which is half a block down the street. So I don't have an objection on either one of those at all. I think it really hits the sweet spot, actually. The view from the neighbor's house, I'm very sympathetic to this. From looking at it from the inside of the house, yes, you're going to be seeing the house next door. I also live in a part of town that is basically entirely 4,000 square foot lots. And yeah, you're going to see your neighbor's house. You know, some houses are prettier than others, and some I like more than others. But I think that's just the nature of the beast. These are small lots. I mean, you've got 40 feet. I'm assuming this is approximately a standard lot, so I have no objection to the design.
Okay. Well, I already expressed that I like the design, but the thing that we didn't have the last time is we didn't have a visit to the neighbor to the south, and so we didn't have an opportunity to see what those visual impacts are. And as I always start out this conversation about visual impacts, nobody in town owns the views, but we have an obligation, the Planning Commission, to try to respect the views, and designers have a responsibility to do that. I think the architect presented a very comprehensive study of different types of designs and also the solar impacts. The primary concern that I hear from the neighbors to the south is the light and the impacts to the dining room. And the light source primarily comes from the south, and I think the solar study showed that there's not going to be significant light impacts. But there is a significant impact to the dining room view. There is. So what we always look for is how do we mitigate that? And the way that we typically ask designers or architects to mitigate that is lower the plate height. That's why I asked about the plate heights, which has been done. So that opportunity, and 7'6" is basically as low as you can go there. The carport, I'm wondering if that could be on the north side, if that height could be lowered to 7'6" to kind of lower that opening there, and that would bring the ridge height down a little bit. Having said that, though, I don't think there's significant impacts to the front yard. I mean, it's on. You've got you see the roof on one side of the yard, but you've got two other sides where there's no impacts at all. So I don't think it doesn't approach significant. So I don't know if really what I think maybe the benefit would be, and this is a little hard to tell, particularly from the drawings, is whether or not that if you lowered that 6 inches, it would bring the carport a little bit more into scale with the residents. It could be just because it's further out, the perspective, and the house is further back, plus the lot kind of slopes and the house sort of goes down, which is an advantage. And if you look at the streetscape, the house in relationship to the house next door really isn't that high. You know, I think there's just a built-in problem here, as Commissioner Ruess said, that, you know, we have 40-foot wide lots, and there's going to be impacts. You know, it's hard to avoid, and I really feel like the architect has done what they can do here. I do acknowledge that there's a significant impact to that dining room window, but I don't see any way to really mitigate it. I mean, you know, even lowering the pitch doesn't really mitigate it. I'm not sure about the language about carports, but detached garages have to be subordinate to the structure. Is that the same for carports? I mean, the only reason I'm bringing this up is because a flat top carport is clearly not subordinate to this structure. So that's not really an avenue of design as far as I'm concerned. You know, it just clearly does not, you know, reflect the character of the residents. I think that was pretty evident in the elevation that the architect presented. But I just wondered if the language on carports was the same as it is for.
It's not part of the findings you need to make to approve the the structure in the front setback, those 5 findings that we went through, those speak to being in scale with other buildings on the site and the block, but.
Yeah, I knew the carport findings are different than detached garages. I just don't have it in front of me. So this is a long-winded way of saying that I don't think there is a substantial way to mitigate that impact. And that's all we can really do is try to mitigate it. You don't own it, and we just have to try to look for ways to mitigate it. And I think the architect has used the tools that are typically available, lowering plate heights, setbacks. You've got a larger setback there. You could have 3 feet. I think it's 6 feet along that side. I would support the project as presented, although it would be interesting to see what the carport would look like if it was lowered 6 inches. So we have a resolution. This is final. We've been presented with the materials. There's no discussion about materials, no concerns. I don't think there were any special conditions placed on the resolution. So I would make a motion that we accept the resolution as presented by staff.
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? Hearing none. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Ahlborn?
Yes.
Commissioner Karapetkov?
Yes.
Commissioner Locke?
Yes.
Commissioner Ruess?
Yes.
And Chair LePage?
Yes. Okay, the motion is carried. Thank you. All right, that brings us to item number 13 on the public hearings. This is a use permit. We're changing it up here a little bit. This is UP 26004. No, you cannot, sir. This is UP 26004. This is a Grazing's Wine Lounge, and it is a design review also for the Grazing Wine Lounge, which is design review 25395. So this is consideration of use permit for the wine lounge and a design review for the proposed liquor store and associated exterior alterations located on Mission Street. Can we have a staff report, please?
Thank you, Chair. Before I begin, I'll just note that the
It's
applicant.
called the cellar now, I guess.
The name is Grazing Cellar, exactly.
All right, thank you.
Grazing Cellar, the use permit and associated design review. The proposed use permit and design review is for a 917 square foot commercial unit located in the Liaison Building on Mission Street 3 northwest of 6, which is just 2 lots north of Grazing's Restaurant. The business is proposed as a wine retail and cellar curation business, a concierge consultation model. And we do have the applicant here, and they can elaborate on the business model. The use doesn't meet the municipal code criteria for a wine tasting shop. Therefore, it is categorized as a liquor store. No tastings will be served on site. The applicant has also proposed an ancillary use not to exceed 10% of the floor area or window display, offering cigars and wine-related retail items. The applicant has proposed 7 days a week, 10 a.m. to 9 p.m. The design review largely features a facade remodel involving a projecting stone veneered entry with tiled flooring, a pivot entry door with blackened steel perforated metal grills over glass side lights. The building will be painted, the stucco and the trim will be painted, and the existing stone wall skirting and planter veneer will be removed and replaced with new stone to match the remodeled entry. The original plans also included a metal lattice along the north elevation, and the applicant has since opted to omit that from the plan. There are general findings required for use permits and for commercial use permits specifically. Staff finds that the application is supportable with just a few recommended draft conditions. Here's the proposed floor plan, which we can always come back to. These are the draft conditions, which you may edit, strike, or add to. For the use permit, staff is recommending specifically number 17, that the applicant revise the plans to omit the back of house dishwasher and to specify that it's a utility sink. The intent of condition 17 there is to ensure that this is not a wine tasting shop. And then for the design review, the applicant has already revised their plans to comply with the staff request for a wood entry door rather than a steel entry door, and then to adjust the paint scheme to feature kind of a lighter earth tone in the brown family rather than black for the trim. And then, as I mentioned, they're opting to omit the lattice feature. With that, staff recommends the Planning Commission adopt the resolution as conditioned. Thank you.
Questions for staff? Okay.
Catherine, the exterior lighting, is that adequate for a retail shop that is going to be open until 9 o'clock at night? Is that standard? It's kind of a real question. I don't really have a lot of experience in how much illumination we really need on the front of a shop. It just seems minimal.
We do have the architect with us. I believe what is proposed would meet the egress requirements. Typically, staff doesn't recommend additional lighting.
Okay, any more questions for staff?
Yeah, I have a question. And I had communicated to you via email here. So this is in regard to the requirement of not having a detrimental effect on neighbors. And I want to clarify that my comment is limited to the ancillary use, which is a cigar shop. And my thinking is that people will buy cigars that they will probably smoke them, maybe not immediately. I understand these are gourmet style cigars, but this is a residential area. I know it's not zoned residential. The building to the immediate north has residences upstairs. I think cigar smoke is possibly detrimental to residences nearby that have balconies. I could see that affecting your enjoyment of your balcony. I do want to know, I want to note that, you know, there seems to be a fair distinction between the residential area, which is what's zoned residential, and we're thinking of single-family homes on small lots.
Before you get too far, this is time for questions. If you want to make comments, and we need to.
Okay, this is a comment then? Okay.
Just savor comments for our discussion, and it's better then, because then we can all
Perfect. I'll do that.
respond to it. But right now, I just like to get questions answered. If you have a question about ordinances regarding smoking
Yes, well,
or something.
the question then would be, and I stated this in the email, is there an established guideline that says protecting residences from detrimental effect is limited only to the part of town that is zoned residential, or does it also include the parts of town that are de facto residential? I mean, there are probably more residences in this block than there are in most residential blocks in Carmel.
It's true that residences are located throughout the commercial district. There was a requirement that this particular use be 200 feet away from the single-family residential district, and that this use, which is located on the perimeter of the central commercial, right across the street, is zoned service commercial. So it is on the perimeter of our downtown core. Yes, the commission is tasked with assessing, are there detrimental impacts to residential areas? The applicant originally came in with a proposal to include bench seating, exterior bench seating where you see these planters. So we did work with the applicant to remove bench seating. There would not be customers spending time outside of this store.
Okay, thank you.
And did you have another question? And about Commissioner Locke? Nope. That's your answer. Okay, all right. I'm going to invite the applicant to come forward and make the presentation.
Good evening, my name's Eric Miller, I'm the architect on the project. Can we put up a PowerPoint? I like that house, by the way. Okay, so the wine collection that Grazing's has is internationally recognized. It's an amazing collection. I don't know if you've ever been into their restaurant, but when you open that and you know anything about wine, it's just amazing. So they have all that wine underneath the current restaurant, and they want to be able to show the public some of the selections they have. I know my clients all have wine cellars, and when we build houses or when they have houses and they need to add onto their wine cellar, a lot of times they're, buying them in New York or Los Angeles, whereas Kirk has a selection here that's as good as anything internationally. So when you come into the space, it's more like having a meeting with the client. It's like, what do you, want for Christmas? What do you drink every day? Is your daughter getting married pretty soon? It's a big, sort of interview that they have with these people. So it's not like you just walk in and buy a bottle of wine or walk in and buy a cigar and go down the street and smoke it. It's more of a meeting place to sort of analyze how to build the wine cellar. So I think it's very different than any other shop in the city. So here's the floor plan. You can see the before and after. We need to, there's 2 front doors right now. We have to make it handicap accessible. So we have that entry that we're creating, and we're pulling it out and pushing it in so we have enough slope to allow wheelchairs to come in. Also, when you look at the plan, there's several different areas. We call them lounge, and then there's a seating area, and then the reception area. So we could have different meetings going on at the same time. So this is the elevation, front elevation. The lower one is the existing. You can see the double French, or the double doors, I think they're Dutch doors, with awning. We want to just, make it more elegant and more in keeping with the selection of wines that we have inside. This is the north side where the alley is. There's the lower slide shows the existing. We'd like to remove that door and just plaster the wall. Before we had a lattice, and we agree with staff. We think it's better without that. So you can see the library across the street. And it's got stone, and of course, stone is very common in downtown Carmel. So we think it's in keeping with the neighborhood. It also, having the stone entry gives you the chance to get out of the weather, and also the handicap access that we talked about. So Kirk's restaurant there on the left is only a few storefronts down from this project. And we also agree with staff that having more of a browner sort of, bronzy color finish is a better look for the building. And so we agree with that. So the building, in a very small and understated way, really has to sort of represent the world-class collection of wines that we're having. So we have a wooden door here. We would like to keep the perforated panels on either side, because we think it adds a fit and finish and a sophistication that people will expect when they pay the kind of money that it takes to create a wine cellar. So also to that end, when people come in and they have a meeting, you should be able to give them a cup of coffee or water. I know in our office as architects, we offer people coffee, water, just to sit down and have meetings. So the dishwasher's there for that reason. And, the people that work there also want to have a cup of coffee in the morning and just enjoy it. They're not selling the coffee. The dishwasher's reasonable, so they don't have to wash the dishes all the time. So hopefully we can maintain the dishwasher in the back. So you can also see this is the reception desk with the cigars behind it. And you can see the perforated panel material makes it into the interior of the building. We think it's important to have a continuity and a fit and finish that represents the collection. So we're hoping that we get to keep the panels. It's a different, business model. It really is designed to be more of a planning space. But of course, people might come in and buy a bottle. It's open to the public, but it's a unique business model. So if you have any questions, I'd like to answer.
Questions?
I have a question. Eric, what is the liquor license that is going to be issued for this?
So Kirk's here, he could talk more
Okay, I'll
about
let him
that, but
answer the question.
he can tell you more
okay.
about his liquor license. So.
Thank you.
Mr. Miller, two questions. First, the new frontage, that's going to be within the existing exterior frontage. Yes, you're not going to be encroaching onto the sidewalk?
Yeah, so it won't go off of the property. The building's already back from the property line.
Oh, I see. So
we
you're
need to
coming
pull it out a
forward
little bit because the sidewalk has to have a certain slope. And so we have to put the door in the center. Right now there's two doors and it doesn't meet handicap access. They're not big enough. So we need to pull it out and push it in so we have a slope that gets into the front entry door.
Thank you. And then my other question had to do again with that exterior, the wall sconces on either side of the front
Yes.
door. Is that adequate illumination for?
Well, there's also going to be lights in the soffit above.
soffit.
That's what I was going to ask. Thank you.
Yeah, so,
Thank you.
okay, thank you.
No other questions? We're good? All right. Thank you, Eric. Okay, Kurt, did you want to come up and let us know what kind of liquor license you have?
Thank you very much. I'm Kurt Grazing, Grazing's Restaurant, hopefully from Grazing Cellar. As Eric mentioned, we've been able to grow our wine cellar over the last 28 years. We have over 3,500 selections on our wine list. As you mentioned, we want to have a chance to show that off. We already have clients that come in and buy wine from us. We have a full, besides having the license to sell wine at the restaurant, to be served at the restaurant, we also have a license to sell retail. I forget the number of the name of the license, but it's a full retail wine and liquor license, and we transfer that over to this operation. And as much as we do sell wine to go through the restaurant, we feel that having an actual storefront will make people feel more comfortable. Some people might think, oh, buying wine through the restaurants have huge markups, et cetera, that I can't get a great deal. Well, here's an opportunity where they can, and the opportunity to have a selection that they won't find anywhere else in the world.
Okay, any other questions for Mr. Grace? All right.
Yes.
What is the price range of the wines that you're going to be selling there? Are we talking about high-end wines or just a regular?
We can sell some modestly priced wines in $50 to thousands of dollars.
Okay, and you think that's going to work without wine tasting?
Pardon me?
Is that going to work without tasting the wine?
Usually people don't taste $1,000 bottles of wine. They know what they are.
They're afraid to open them.
No, I mean, but the $50 wine I would taste.
Yes, and if you came in and you wanted to buy, select your favorite brand, and you said, Kurt, I'd like to taste it before I buy a couple cases for the house or for the wedding, we'd go down to, walk 50 feet and walk over to Grazing's and pour some, absolutely.
Okay.
That works well. But mostly, as Eric said, it's a consultation where our clients that come in, they'll sit down and have a discussion about what you're wanting, what are you wanting for your cellar, what do you have coming up, and that's where it comes in and comes into a sit-down consultation, have a coffee, and these things take 20 minutes, half hour, an hour sometimes. absolutely.
So regarding the cigars, do people typically smoke those on the side, or what's?
Oh, I feel that it's just part of a lifestyle. They have great wine. They want to buy decanters to go with their
but you're not-
wine.
you're
But
not-
their
I
cigars,
mean,
no, nobody's
They
going to be
could
walking down the
legally
street.
smoke inside, right?
Believe me, I don't want people walking by the restaurant smoking cigar either. They're going to take them back out to their home, whether they're in the preserve or out in Pebble.
But the model is not to have people smoke cigars inside the restaurant.
No,
I mean, the liquor store,
no,
the wine store.
no, not at all.
Okay, all right, I just wanted to confirm that.
Absolutely.
All right,
Any other
thank you.
questions?
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, are there any members of the public that would like to address the planning commission regarding this application? Do we have any hands up online, Shelby?
We do, yes. Cindy Lloyd?
Go ahead, you'd like to speak to us?
I would like to speak to you. Thank you, Chair LePage and members of the commission. My name is Cindy Lloyd, for the record. And I had a question about the entry facade. In one rendering, it's very sharply defined, just rectangular stone. And then in another one, I noticed that there were curved sides to the entry, and I'm a little confused as to which one is finally being proposed for the entry, because the one that I saw originally with the sharp edges just looked a little too harsh, but this is only my opinion. And I know I'm not designing for somebody else. The other comment I had was on landscaping. It seemed as though the landscaping was very minimal, and then there was also an elevation showing, looking down the kind of, not an alleyway, but, the passageway to other businesses. And it seemed very, very, very harsh. It was, nothing softened it. There were no nice plantings. There was just, stone, stone, and stone. I also noticed there was no tree well out in front. Not that I'm proposing a tree well out in front, but there was nothing to soften that building. And I just thought I would bring that up.
Thank you, Cindy.
Thank you.
Eric, do you want to come up and answer those questions?
Yeah, the entry as shown in the plan is curved. We agree with Cindy. We wanted to draw people in, and I think there's the render. But then the side of the building, we're really doing nothing to except taking one door out. It's really not in our purview to start changing that alleyway that goes to the other businesses. So we really don't have much of a choice. With regard to the landscaping, it doesn't take much to make a beautiful small garden. In front of my building, people stop all the time, take pictures, and it's not wider than that or longer. It just
It's pretty narrow, isn't it?
it's narrow and
It's
but
like, what, a foot or less?
it's a little bit more than a foot. It's like
So you show
14
some
inches.
grasses in
We
your
can do
rendering, but
succulents and grasses. It could be a beautiful small. Yeah, you can see it there. So we think it's a beautiful entry and it's soft. We really can't do anything with the alleyway except get rid of the old door that was there. Staff pointed out that we originally had some kind of a grill there. We decided that we agree with you and thought it would be better just to get rid of that.
okay, thank you.
The staff draft recommendation was instead of a metal lattice, just to make it wood, but
Well, we
you're not
just
required
wanted
to have
to, so I agree that no metal lattice there, but we just think it's better to simply make it go away because the door doesn't work inside because there's 2 steps down and you can't have that. A handicap access wouldn't allow it. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you. So, Catherine, did staff put a condition on that they couldn't have the lattice next to the doors, the metal lattice?
there is not a condition about the side lights.
Okay.
Is that, by lattice, do you mean the side lights
Yeah,
flanking
just-
the
yeah.
entry door?
No condition, okay, all right. Seems like there's some discussion. All right, I'm gonna close the public comments, bring it back to the commissioners. Oh, come on up.
Good evening. My name's Danny Holla, and I live in the neighborhood very close to this proposed use permit, and I just wanted to highly recommend it. I also want to say that most of the folks that buy cigars in town take them to the golf course.
That's where they go. Now I know.
I'll be happy.
Do you, what's it, you want to go ahead?
Yeah.
All right.
I'll start. Yeah, I support the project. I think that I have no problem with the metal lattice, the entryway. I think it's really welcoming, beautiful, huge improvement over what it is right now. And I've been walking past this place for years, and it looks terrible right now. So it needs to be fixed up, and I can't wait for that. I do want to point out for our new commissioner that Surf and Sand is also a liquor store. It's 448 feet from this property, and they sell cigars over there too. So I don't think that anybody's gonna just buy the cigar and walk out. I think, like it was said, they're taking them out to other places to enjoy. But I think that the concept is really great. Mr. Grazing is correct. There is a type 21 license that can be transferred to this property. The Carmel Restaurant Group Incorporated has that, along with a number of other ones that are at the restaurant. So I think that's okay. And I have no problem with a dishwasher for coffee cups and whatnot. That makes sense to me. Uses less water than hand washing. So thank you.
Commissioner Ahlborn?
Thank you, Chair. I also support the project. I absolutely like the idea of a dishwasher, even if it's a drawer dishwasher instead of a full-on size, for glassware and for coffee cups, especially for a business of this caliber. I think that that's important. I do have a question actually for my fellow commissioners. Well, I love the exterior renderings. I love the front door and the side lights. I'm just wondering if that's too grand, you know, with all that beautiful metal work on either side. I like it. I just wonder if it's going to stand out a little bit too much on the street. But again, I do like it. So talk me into something, folks.
Commissioner Ruess, your comments?
Yeah, thank you. So notwithstanding my earlier poorly timed comments, I'm learning. I'll take at face value the comments about where cigars will be or will not be consumed. And I walk that part of town all the time, and I don't see people smoking cigars, so I'm not worried about that. As a separate note of business for this commission, I would like to see the notion of are we judging effects on residents by the zoning they live in or where they actually reside? Separate question, but I want to put it out there. I agree with fellow commissioners on the dishwasher, not a problem. I have a question, maybe it's not a question, but I guess it's a comment because I'm still learning here. I'm guessing that the removal of the alley door is okay with the fire code. And other than that, I don't have any comments. I think the entryway is elegant in its own way. It seems to me it sets sort of it has a different tone than the rest of the street does. It's more modern and it's, you know, it's different, but it is intended to be a high-class sort of place, and I think it has that vibe, so I think the aesthetics are fine. That's all, thank you.
Commissioner Karapetkov?
Yeah, about the entrance, I mean, it is supposed to look like a cellar, right? And if you go to Napa Valley and you go to a cellar, that's how it looks like. It has stone, it has heavy design elements. I also noticed that there's metal fabrication stuff on both sides of the door and then carried inside, so you can see them throughout the building. So it makes sense to connect the outside with the inside. It's a good design. I was intrigued by the pivot door. I tried these doors, you know, and they're sometimes very heavy. So I was trying to imagine me buying a 6-pack or a 4-pack of wine and trying to get out of the building and opening the pivot door. What's the probability of me breaking the wine? That was my only consideration there. But I'm sure they're gonna figure out a pivot door that is light enough to, to open. I would prefer automatic door that automatically opens and then you can just walk through it, because then there's no danger for your wine bottles. But anyway, that's the, and also inside, I noticed humidor equipment. I think this is used for storing cigars. I don't smoke cigars, so I don't know, but okay. But where is the white wine being stored? I mean, it's supposed to be in a refrigerator, so I didn't see any refrigerators, maybe I missed them. It's supposed to be cool. Even if they're not consuming it on site, high-end customers expect to buy white wine cooled. And maybe with a pack of ice, I don't know, so.
I'll definitely be calling up the applicant to answer that question. Yes,
I'm
please.
sure that Mr. Grazings will have that wine at the absolute perfect temperature.
I'm way above my pay grade to answer the question because we have the expert over here. But wine's kept at 55 degrees in wine rooms, whether it's white or red. And it's designed to preserve the wine without fluctuation in temperature. So if you go 20 feet below the ground anywhere on Earth, it's about 55 degrees. And so that's where that comes from, old wine cobs in Europe and all over the world. So that's the temperature. And Kirk, if you need to correct me on something, we're going to get the expert up here.
You don't really want to keep your wine in your refrigerator for a long time. You want to have it cool at your optimum temperature, your serving temperature for a short amount of time. But when you have your storage, you can keep it, as Eric said, at a 55 to 57 degrees. So we are going to have that cooler inside, as you can see on the plans, and we'll be able to show wines. It would be like a trophy room, if you would, of wines. But we also have our cellar downstairs, or we have procurement services that we can get other wines for you. But so if you came in to buy a 6-pack of wine and you bought 3 reds and 3 whites, we'd box them up. We're going to walk them to your car for you. You won't have to be carrying them. All you got to do is push the button. Your trunk door will be up. So we do this all the time, or we can take it out to your jet for you if you like. So absolutely.
Thank you. Yeah, I was going to say, when you have that 6-pack of $6,000 of wine, somebody's going to open the door for you.
Absolutely. We have, we recently were awarded the Grand Award for Great Wine List of the World, and we're one of 90 in the world with this award, and we're very proud of it, and we want to be able to show it off to the rest of the world.
It's like a Michelin star of wine
Yes, it is. Absolutely.
equivalent.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't really have any thing to add other than what's been said. I will say, just comment, I think this street has been a little bit dowdy compared to some of the other streets in town. And I think this is really a nice upgrade. And I think Eric has done a really beautiful job of that entryway with the stone and the curvature and the softness of it. And I think it really will reflect the character of what that retail establishment would be. And I really think that it's something which is within the character of Carmel, and it's going to add a lot to the community. I think it seems like it'd be very successful. And certainly, I think I can see from Mr. Graving's point of view, it's better to have that type of wine in its own dedicated environment rather than having to bring it up from your cellar, and you don't really, it's not a very good way to promote the wine. So we have a resolution, and I don't think there's any conditions on it, so.
I'll strike the condition about omitting the dishwasher.
Oh, okay, right. That was-
And the sink
was
does
on
not
there?
need to be a utility sink, so I'll.
Was that a numbered condition?
Right, so I would move approval of staff recommendation on this item.
You seconded it? Or you made
Oh, I
it?
said I made it.
You made it, I'll second it. You make it, I'll second it. Any more discussion? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Commissioner Ahlborn?
Yes.
Commissioner Karapetkov?
Yes.
Commissioner Locke?
Yes.
Commissioner Ruess?
Yes.
And Chair LePage?
Yes, motion is carried. Thank you. Okay, that brings us to item number 14 on the public hearings. This is another use permit. This is UP 26123, Max and Mike's Creamery. We have staff report, please.
Let me go get the staff. One moment.
Did you do? Oh, Jake's doing this one, yeah. You gotta get Jake out of. Okay.
Good evening, Commissioners. Well, there's a typo here. It's not a concept and final design study. It's use permit application UP 26123, Max and Mike's Creamery. I will make this brief. The proposed business is an ice cream shop at the corner of Lincoln and Ocean. It's 400 square foot retail space, which is the minimum required for a specialty foods restaurant. The applicant is proposing to have 14 seats, which is the minimum required for a specialty restaurant, and they'll all be at the front of the business before you get to the register. They're proposing to be open 7 days a week from 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. and have 1 to 3 employees on site. Rotating ice cream flavors, bottled drinks. It's styled after an American-style ice cream parlor. They said in their description there's going to be this kind of bistro seating, rotating ice cream from 20 to 35 flavors. It's a kind of a classic ice cream shop. And the proposed business complies with all the standards for a specialty food or specialty restaurant. There is one point of contention, which is what we'll be discussing. The general plan has an objective 01-5 for protecting and enhancing a balance of uses in the central business area. One of the policies to enact that objective is P119, as on the screen, to limit the number of businesses that will be selling food to protect from litter and food waste in the central commercial area. And then that has been enacted through CMC 1714-040I4J, which is the requirement for specialty food stores to meet the restricted use for food stores and restaurants fronting Ocean Avenue. Now, why that's all relevant is because we need a little bit of help with the interpretation of this. The language in the code specifically says structures fronting ocean. So the proposed business is going in the 7 Arts building, which I included some quotes from the DPR in the staff report because it refers to the complex as both a singular structure and as multiple buildings. The entire structure on site is made up of a kind of west and south wing, L-shaped wing, and a north wing. They are connected by a staircase and a second-story breezeway that accesses the second floor of the west portion of the structure. And the staircase is attached to the north portion of the structure. So it is all one connected structure, but there's a case to be made that they are 2 buildings. Our definition of structure in the code is a stable assembly of parts. So if you removed this staircase, both buildings, both wings, however you want to refer to it, would be a stable assembly of parts still. So is it 2 structures or is it 1 structure? That is something for you to take into consideration. And then the intent of the restriction on food stores and restaurants fronting ocean says structures fronting ocean. The proposed retail space is in a parcel that fronts ocean. Depending on your definition of structure, it's in a structure that's fronting ocean, but the business itself opens to a courtyard that is on Lincoln. So what ultimately, we are asking you to approve or deny a use permit, but the crux of the matter comes down to the interpretation of, is this policy, objective, and ordinance put into place to limit the number of food stores that are directly opening onto ocean, or is it to limit food stores and restaurants in parcels or structures to the greater extent on ocean, even if the business space is fronting onto a different street? I provided both a resolution for denial and a resolution for approval, so we have a path forward either which way that you guys determine. But there is just some evidence that needs to be filled in the resolution that I will fill in as part of this meeting, and that is specifically, does it meet the requirement for limiting those food uses fronting ocean? So with that, I recommend the Planning Commission adopt one of the two resolutions based off of your interpretation of the Carmel Municipal Code and the general plan. And I'm here for questions because I'm sure you guys have some.
Jake, is the exact wording of in your staff report or this presentation?
Yes, this is.
I want to see the exact wording.
This is the restricted use section of the code
Yeah,
doesn't
right.
actually have a good.
Restricted use, see, protect and enhance.
Yeah.
Balance a variety of, so it says, limit the number of businesses, so immediate consumption.
I have two.
But where does it refer to, so the last one?
It's the last
Maximum number of food stores and restaurants located within structures fronting Ocean Avenue.
Yeah, it's
And
like.
so what you said was a structure is a stable assembly of parts.
Exactly.
So then you made the point that if you took off the stairway, this would still, this shop would still be a stable assembly of parts?
Both wings of the current Seven Arts building would be a stable assembly of parts with the staircase and the breezeway removed. With the breezeway and staircase intact, they are still a stable assembly of parts, just more unified. So it's the definition of structure doesn't help too much because either which way you could count it as one structure or two structures in my opinion. But I think I see both interpretations, so it's hard because they would be two freestanding structures. I don't think there'd be any structural engineer that would give you concerns if you took off that staircase. I think both would be freestanding perfectly fine, but currently they are connected. There's no inaccessibility between them, but they are currently connected by that staircase and breezeway.
So it seems like you could easily interpret this as structures, stable assemblies, which only front Ocean Avenue. And this clearly doesn't front Ocean Avenue.
And that, again, comes down to if you think of this as one structure because they are connected, or think of them as two structures because if you removed the staircase, they would still be stable structures individually. Currently, they are attached, but they would still be stable and could be defined as structures independently of each other.
Okay. All right. Do you have other questions here? Go ahead.
Did you happen to go back and look at what the thinking was when this code was adopted? I mean, there had to have been a hearing, there had to have been discussion, there had to be some documentation as to what was considered. I mean, I remember when I came onto the Planning Commission that there was a lot of concern about paper and stuff, things getting spilled out on the main, out on Ocean Avenue, and it was a problem at one point. But I mean, we've gotten now to where we've got these great recycle bins and we've got great garbage and whatever. It doesn't seem to be a problem anymore. But I'm just kind of curious, was there a look back at what was going on when this was adopted?
Simple answer, no, I didn't go as in depth into looking back at when this restriction was put into place. Probably should have, I just didn't really think of it or have the time to just kind of fit that in. So that was on me. I probably should have dug in a little bit more on that. But I did look deeper into the general code on some of the, there was a series of surveys that were done regarding tourist-oriented businesses, and there was large portion of the population that wanted to try and limit certain types of businesses, souvenir stores, restaurants. There's a
Wine
few.
tasting rooms, bars, et
Yes.
cetera.
So
Yes.
I know there was some public outcry about that, but I haven't done enough of the background into exactly when these restrictions were put into place as to the nuance of why that was. I know anecdotally from talking with people at the city that there was concerns about just a proliferation of restaurants on Ocean and not wanting Ocean to resemble streets such as Alvarado and in Monterey that just have, well, the proliferation of restaurants. Yeah, they wanted that diversity of uses, which I think relates back to the general plan and both the objectives and the policies. But no, I can look more into that, but that would take time.
Okay, and then my second question is, the last bullet point limits these to a total of 15. How many currently are out there?
15, we're at the cap.
We are at the cap, yeah.
And we have had a few use permits that are basically just sitting in the wings. People that have applied but have been told were maxed out. There was one example of an individual that wanted to open a specialty food store in the Dowd Arcade, but they're in the front parcel, because the Dowd Arcade's 2 parcels, so it's in the front parcel portion that would be considered fronting Ocean because of the breezeway that leads to Ocean. There's also some sites that seem to conflict a little bit with this. It really, like, for example, Flaherty's has a breezeway that connects to Ocean, but the restaurant itself is fronting onto 6th Avenue. So that doesn't count towards the maximum. And then if you look at a place like the Carmel Plaza, I know they have a specific plan, so I haven't looked into that specifically, but that has the whole plaza is chock full of restaurants. And that parcel fronts Ocean, so it's, I would need to look into the specific plan for that, and as you pointed out, dig a little bit deeper into the ordinance itself and see exactly the intent of this ordinance when it was put into place to get a little bit better understanding of how and why we got here.
Thanks.
Other questions? Okay.
You first.
Okay, I'll go first. I have thought a great deal about corner lots. You all probably know I was involved with the address project. Yeah, roughly approximately 20% of the parcels in the city are on corners. So I think you mentioned how this depends, our interpretation here really depends on what we think of, is it one structure or 2 structures? I think it also depends on what fronting means. And I'm wondering if that's a term of art in the planning community. I know you gave the example of Flaherty's, which is a lot that runs all the way through from 6th to Ocean. But apparently Flaherty's is considered as a restaurant to front on 6th, not on Ocean.
Exactly. The parcel goes through and it has that breezeway, but it is not on our list of we keep it just a, informal Excel sheet. Well, no, it's semi-formal Excel sheet that tracks all the different restaurants that are fronting Ocean. And Flaherty's is not on the list. And I haven't heard anyone try and argue that it is, because it does open on the 6th.
Okay, so I guess my question is, in the planning literature, planning wisdom, whatever it is you all refer to when you're trying to decide things as professionals, is there a consensus on what fronting means? This must come up all the time. There are lots that have 4 sides, 3 sides, 2 sides.
I'm pulling up right now. I can read to you the definition of frontage in the municipal code. Frontage, comma, street frontage, the side of a lot or building site facing a street. So again, that's the side of a lot or building site facing a street.
So you can have more than one.
A corner lot would have 2 frontages.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'll tell you the way the fire department resolves this. They have a term which they use, which is point of principal entry. And I don't know if that informs this or if it's legitimate for us to let that inform this conversation, but that is what we're trying to decide. Where does this front? I will note that in the address project, the Seven Arts building is actually assigned to Lincoln. It's not assigned to Ocean. So that creates a whole nother possible can of worms, which is this commission in the future going to use the assigned address as the front of the building or not? The fire department does, but I don't know where this could go. It seems like a potential can of worms.
And
Well, that's objective.
again, the frontage in this does modify the structure too. So it's while the business is fronting Lincoln, it's the restriction is on food stores and restaurants located within structures fronting Ocean. So the building is fronting Ocean, but yes, I do take your point. So that's why it's just, we looked at a lot of this. Danny made some very good points in his application because initially I just rebuffed it as it's on this parcel here. We've had a pretty hard line that anything like this, we say we're at the maximum. You know, if there's something opens up, you're more than welcome to apply. But it seemed like it wasn't such a clean-cut case, so we wanted to bring it here to you guys.
Can I ask another one?
Go ahead.
So, going back to the address project, if the assigned so like the Dowd Arcade, since you mentioned the Dowd Arcade, which is an interesting one, would each of the shops in the Dowd Arcade have a separate address?
The Dowd Arcade is 2 parcels, and each parcel has its own address. One's on Ocean, one is on San Carlos. Yeah, so every parcel gets an address. And within a parcel in multi-unit buildings, there are addresses which are letters or numbers for units.
Okay, so, I mean, to me, this is actually a great thing, because I think that takes out any subjectivity on our, I mean, we would have a solid basis for saying, use the address that's assigned by the city to determine what is the front.
Yeah, but this is different because the fire department cares about how to enter the building if there's fire. We care about foot traffic. The question is, or I think the test is, does the foot traffic going to that new store intermingle and impact the traffic on Ocean? And if the door is like 5 feet from Ocean, and everybody who buys ice cream immediately steps on Ocean, I would say yes, it impacts the traffic on Ocean, so it has to be counted. But in this case, the door is far away from Ocean and there's a court. So I would argue that traffic does not impact Ocean at all, especially if we figure out a way to keep people in the courtyard. And that's the question I had is, why don't we have tables so that when you buy your ice cream, you go and eat it in the courtyard instead of going back to Ocean? So that is really the question for me, is really, where do you consume your ice cream? Do you impact the traffic on Ocean after buying it?
Okay, before we get, I think are we still in the question period?
Yeah, we're still in the question period.
Yeah, all right, let's, before we get into discussion, let's just finish up with the questions. Okay,
I have a question.
yeah.
Mr. Olander, I have a question. Could you please speak to, let's see, well, this is in the commercial district, see? Okay, commercial district. So businesses in the commercial district, which types of businesses receive use permits that are open until 11 p.m.? And a sub-question to that really is, in practice, because we all go home, and it's quiet out there, right? You know, how late do, well, specialty restaurants, how late do they usually stay open?
I don't have a good comprehensive list, but, when I go home, it's quiet in town too. I don't frequent downtown Carmel much in my off time, so I don't see it too much. But the few times I have, it's restaurants and bars are the ones that are open later, which this would be in keeping with that as a restaurant in a certain respect. You don't see a lot of specialty restaurants open later. It's mostly full line and bars. But just for my unrequested musings on this, as we've seen from Mr. Holla's other restaurant, the Gelato-by-the-Sea, there does seem to be some use of these at a later hour. So we don't see a lot of them, but there does seem to be a market for it at least.
Awesome. Okay, thank you. And a second question. So this is an application for a use permit, but we don't have, do we have any descriptions of takeout food or takeout menus, or is it all takeout, or is any of it takeout?
It's counter service.
It's all,
It's counter service, so they hand it to you. And then
it's all, so it's all takeout then,
Well,
counter service?
as required for specialty restaurants, they're required to have a minimum of 14 seats that you go through before you get to the register. So there will be 14 kind of bistro tables and seats at the front of the restaurant ahead of the counter, as to encourage people to eat in the facilities.
Right, but there's no requirement to eat there.
No.
They can just hand it to you, and you can take that wherever you want.
I think that's part of the lasting legacy of a certain mayor that we had in town, making it legal to have ice cream.
Yeah, that was the ice cream wars of several decades ago. I remember that.
And I missed
I was here
those.
for that.
Thank you, that ends my questions.
Yes, and just, again, unprompted musings for me, but all this discussion did make me think that if we were looking at addresses, I assume this parcel would have an Ocean address, and then there'd be units. This has a Lincoln address.
I believe the address is 633.
Oh, oh.
Yeah, it's a
Asked and
address.
answered.
Okay, so we got all our questions here, right? And the applicant's not here?
Yeah,
Oh, you're the applicant, come on.
the last ones.
You're the last, I didn't know that. I wondered why you were here so long.
Good evening, Chair LePage and members of the commission. My name is Heidi Quinn. I'm an attorney with Nolan Hammerly at Dean and Haas, and I think I can help with the policy decision that's before the commission. Because I did look at the legislative history. I went back to the land use and, the land use and community character element, and there is a whole, there's 3 paragraphs that come before the objective and the policy. And it's really focused on Ocean Avenue. It says Ocean Avenue constitutes a major linear park throughout the heart of the commercial district. It's for years housed businesses that are attractive. It goes on and on to talk about the pedestrian counts that were taken during the summer. And they had a peak hour volume of like 2,400 people. And then they specifically go on to talk about the pedestrian congestion and how it detracts from the shopping and the walking experience. And it says, especially on Ocean Avenue. And then when you get to the objective, again, it says, particularly along Ocean Avenue. And I understand the more broad policy about the commercial district, but having been on the city side, sometimes the policy isn't always translated to the municipal code correctly. And so even when you look at the municipal code section, the table itself talks about food stores and restaurants fronting on Ocean Avenue. That makes it sound like it's a business that fronts. It's not a structure that fronts. Somehow that word structure got into the actual code section when it says food stores or restaurants located within structures fronting. But I think if you look at the policy and the implementing ordinance, it's really singling out Ocean Avenue. That was the intent. It set the maximum number of food stores and specialty restaurants in structures that were fronting Ocean Avenue. But the table uses the word fronting. It doesn't say adjacent to, it doesn't say near, it doesn't say within the same structure. And so I think the word fronting, as you indicated, Commissioner, should be given the plain meaning. Interpreting fronting to encompass any structure that merely abuts Ocean Avenue rather than the actual business seeking the permit, I think that would have unintended consequences. And given the city's small block size and the configuration of this built-out city and the existing buildings, it would sweep in businesses that have no physical presence on Ocean Avenue, no entrance from Ocean Avenue, and really no impact on Ocean Avenue. And the staff report confirms this interpretation because every one of those 15 stores or restaurants, they have an entrance onto Ocean or access from Ocean. None of those are counted based solely on the footprint of a structure, of a larger building. And so Max and Mike's Creamery, by contrast, it would not have an entrance onto Ocean. It's not accessible from Ocean. It will not carry the Ocean Avenue address. So even though this larger structure, there's been a lot of discussion about how many buildings, it's a complex of buildings, but even that, the side that actually of this complex of building that abuts Ocean, there's a retail store. So that's even more removed to have Max and Mike. So it really does not front Ocean Avenue. The entrance to Max and Mike's is going to be on Lincoln. It has the Lincoln Street address, no access from Ocean Avenue. And as staff mentioned, the city's own approval history of other restaurants or specialty stores confirms that this is the correct interpretation. Flaherty's was mentioned. It also appears that Sadie's, Flying Fish Grill, Dutch Store Donuts, and I understand that Carmel Plaza has a specific plan, and I did not look at that, but it's the same principle. That fronts Ocean, but you can't access Dutch Store Donuts. And the city approved each one of these without counting them against this Ocean Avenue cap. So I think staff and the commission has recognized that fronting refers to a business's access and presence on Ocean Avenue and not merely the footprint of a larger structure. And to deny the creamery based on the structure fronting would be inconsistent with the other approvals by the commission. So it's our opinion, looking at the legislative history, that this would comply with the municipal code and the general plan. It's a complex of building. It does not front Ocean Avenue and has no access. So that would be our position, and we would urge you to approve. Danny is here to ask specific questions, maybe about the hours and other questions. So I was mainly just addressing the policy question.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Danny Holla, and I actually grew up right next to this building and spent a lot of my childhood playing in this courtyard and then also in the garden at the Church of the Wayfarer. I just want to make it clear this space is only accessible from Lincoln Street. So you need to come onto Lincoln Street. You have to walk past Carmel Bay Company, which door is also on Lincoln Street. And then you have to walk down a courtyard that's only accessible from Lincoln Street to be able to access this business. I also want to say in regards to Flaherty's, I have the clothing store that's in front of Flaherty's that's inside the same building. It's called the Lingy Building. And my understanding is the reason that Flaherty's is not counted among the 15 is because you cannot walk into my building that fronts Ocean Avenue into my shop and access Flaherty's. You need to leave my shop and then go outside of the building to get to Flaherty's. In regards to hours, it's always been my understanding that specialty restaurants and restaurants maximum latest hour they can be open to is 11 p.m. We've been really fortunate to add something wholesome with Gelato-by-the-Sea being able to stay open until generally we close at 10 o'clock. But we get a lot of families coming after going to restaurants and give someone an alternative rather than only being able to go to Barmel or pretty much everything else in town is closed at that time. So I'm happy to answer any questions anyone has. And thank you so much for your time.
All right, thank you. Okay, I won't ask if there's anybody else to comment in the chamber because there's nobody left, but anybody online?
No. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah? Got a hand up, huh?
Cindy put her hand up.
Cindy, okay, Cindy, would you like to speak to us?
What would be the end of a planning commission meeting if I didn't say something?
That's right.
About the fact.
We commend you for hanging in there.
Yeah, but at least I'm hanging in a nice, comfy place at home in my gardening clothes. At any rate, what I would like to bring up is the fact, and I did read the whole report, as Jake will tell you, because I caught a little mistake. However, nowhere in this report tonight has been mentioned the fact that the Seven Arts building is historic. And it has been historic for a long, long time and part of the Carmel inventory. And it was owned by Herbert Herron, who also developed the Forest Theater and was the mayor of Carmel at one time. And I think that's important. The other thing that I read in the report was that this building is considered fronting on Ocean Avenue. And I think that's where the problem has come up tonight. No matter where the door goes into the building for the Carmel Bay Company or in the courtyard, it is described as fronting on Ocean. So I think you just need to give that a little bit of consideration in view of the historic building. I think it's a very sweet idea that the Hollows want to do this for their sons, who are named Max and Mike. And I too kind of question how many people are going to be buying ice cream at 11 o'clock at night. Or maybe that's when they close, so you'd have to get there at 10:30. I would also like to dispel another myth. The very famous mayor did not bring outlawed ice cream cones back to Carmel. They were never outlawed. The only reason the one restaurant couldn't get a license to do that is because they couldn't have water access at the time. So this is what happens when there's an old lady who still reads what's going on in town and can remember what went on in town. And I do remember the discussion about not wanting people taking ice cream cones onto Ocean Avenue, dropping the cones, dropping the litter. So I've seen it all. Well, not all, but I've certainly seen a lot going on in Carmel in the years that I've been here, which is now 84. So I just wanted to add these other little elements to the discussion tonight. And interestingly enough, I don't know how many minutes I've been speaking because I don't have a timer on my screen.
You have 16 seconds left.
All yours, Mike.
Might as well use them. No.
No, all yours.
Thank you, Cindy.
Okay, sure.
It's very, very interesting comments. Thank you.
One thing that I forgot to mention, Commissioner Karapetkov, we're planning on doing a design review for outdoor seating inside the space. We just wanted to make sure we got this on the meeting for today, so we didn't have time to do that, but we plan on doing some outdoor seating.
Okay, I'm going to close the public comments, open it up to the commission. Who wants to begin?
I'll start.
All right, go for it.
Again, I think given our new city assigned addresses, that that really maybe would be the best way to address these situations. And so in which case this property would be fronting Lincoln, and therefore a use permit would be appropriate. So hear from everybody else, please.
Go ahead.
I'll go. I can't think of one off the top of my head, but what Commissioner has just suggested might cause problems with some existing uses that seem to front Ocean but get assigned, or vice versa.
Yeah, but I think if they're there right now, they would be grandfathered in, so this would be new applications going forward.
Yeah, the other thing I want to say is that the address project is not technically done yet. So a week ago yesterday at the council meeting, the council approved the map. The city has not yet issued address, and issuing addresses is the term of art for when you actually have an address. So these buildings do not have address yet. The Seven Arts building is not yet on Lincoln Street. You know, that'll happen after that information comes back from the county and from the United States Post Office. So if the timeline matters, that would be a consideration. I will say that this, given that the only access is from Lincoln, I'm happy to consider this on Lincoln myself, but.
Commissioner Ahlborn?
Thank you, Chair. I suppose I'll use my discretion. We're asked to make an interpretation. I would be hard-pressed to think that this particular unit fronts ocean. I hear all of the language around why it does and it doesn't. But for practical purposes, the only access is from Lincoln. There is no connection to ocean for the particular unit. So I'm happy to conclude that it is not an ocean fronting business that would be limited by that municipal code part. We're tasked with looking at residential character and businesses, both residential character and economic activity that benefit that. I think a fabulous challah ice cream store could absolutely do that. I'd like to know when you're going to open.
I'll invite you all.
But I do think that is a nice contribution to the mix of specialty food that we have available, especially in that area. I do have a concern about the hours, especially because it's across the street from what will be a new bar and lounge. I do have a little bit of a concern about intensification of like a nightlife type economy. So that concerns me just a touch. But I'm sure that can play itself out in time. If we wind up, having lots of folks at 1 a.m. with ice cream in their hands, then, we'll get back to you, right? But otherwise, I like it. I like the idea of courtyard seating. If that's possible, I'd like to see a lot more of that, as makes sense, especially for our egress and fire codes, but I like that very much. So I would be supportive of this.
Commissioner Karapetkov.
Okay. Well, I live far away from ocean, so for me, the concept of crowds and people getting rowdy is kind of a little bit strange. But I did go to ocean on Memorial Day, and I saw what happens when 10,000 people try to get coffee at the same time. You get these ginormous lines of people waiting on ocean and blocking the entire sidewalk. Not pretty. So I understand the intention of the municipal code to prevent this from happening. So for me, as I mentioned, it is really, do we have any reason to believe that having a creamery business in that particular location would impact traffic on ocean, create lines? What was mentioned there? Trash. Packaging lying around, because we don't want to have that on ocean. Nobody wants. But we saw that, and again, if it was another location where the door would be very close to ocean, I would say, and we have locations like that, stores where the entry door is not on ocean, but it's like literally a couple of feet off ocean, and you can get from there, and you can see that door from ocean, so really you just need to make a couple of steps to get in. In that case, I would say, yeah, it's almost, there, so it will impact traffic. But in this case, it's so far away in the back, you have to pass the retail store, I think it's called Bay Store or Bay Company Store, and then you have to go into this courtyard, so it's completely invisible from ocean. And I guess if you have 500 people eating ice cream, maybe there will be some overflow to ocean, but I hope that that's unrealistic. I don't think that that's going to happen. If you have 20 people eating ice cream, they will stay in the court and they will never make it to ocean. And I'm glad that Danny mentioned that they will be applying for additional seating in the courtyard, because that would be the most natural experience. I mean, walking down ocean and eating ice cream is not safe. Right? It's not safe. I tried it and it's not safe. So I would highly I think that anybody who can, if there's an opportunity to sit down immediately after you get your ice cream and eat it in a courtyard, people will do that. They're not, irrational. So I would say that would be the best way to solve the issue. What was the other question that you raised? Was there another question? No, that's it, yeah?
I think the whole issue is.
So it's really the frontage.
If it fronts, if we think.
I think we had some, Jake mentioned something about setting precedents, and I need clarification on that, because at one hand, we say, on one side, we say, we don't set precedents. We're not a court, we're not part of the legal system where every decision needs to have consequences. But at the same time, we're always concerned about setting precedents. I hear that quite a bit. So I'd like to understand, would we expect any follow-up requests or appeals or any other activity if we make a decision today to allow that to go forward and say, frontage is Lincoln, no problem?
It really isn't a matter of precedent. What the Planning Commission has the authority to do is to make interpretations of the code. That is the authority that the code gives us. So when we make a decision that interprets the code, then staff takes that and uses that to make their decisions in the future for future applications. So it's not a precedent situation, it's an interpretation which leads to the way that a particular code is then used until another interpretation is made. So in that context, I always try to look at the language. So it looks like the three code policies were put up to the first two were about the intent of a restricted use, because that's what we're talking about, a restricted use. That's what it's about. And so the last one says, which, identifies it, it says, has the maximum number, it says located within structures fronting. So structures is the noun, fronting is the verb. So if you just look at it in terms of a verb suggests action. So the action is that you would have to enter from the Ocean Avenue. So that's clearly not the case here. But the question is, why did they use structures? That's the real question in my mind. And I'm wondering if that has something to do with going back to use permits stay with the land and not, because whoever wrote this, they could have used a bunch of other words. They could have used business, they could have used other words, but they used structures. And there's nothing here that tells me why they use structures. So I'm just speculating, but that's I think that's what's I see is sort of the question here, which staff brought up. And we've approached this in different ways tonight from different perspectives. But for me, we have to approach it from this language, and then we have to use the authority we have to make an interpretation. So my interpretation would be that with the word fronting, that means the action is you have to enter from ocean, and that's not the case here. So it's until such time that somebody is able to tell me why they use the word structure, that would be my interpretation. So that's where I am.
So how about if I make a motion? Can I make a motion?
Please do, because.
Yes, or we can
Let's
talk
make a
about this for
motion.
another
We are
hour,
talking
but I
this
think
to
we're good.
death.
Yeah, so let's make a motion. We have let's see, we have a resolution in front of us, attachment 1B for use permit 26123 for Max and Mike's Creamery. And are there any special conditions, Mr. Olander? No. So I move that we accept attachment 1B, the resolution for use permit. I got it right here, I do.
26123.
Thank you, that one.
Second.
Perfect.
I second.
Okay. Any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Commissioner Ahlborn?
Yes.
Commissioner Karapetkov?
Yes.
Commissioner Locke?
Yes.
Commissioner
Sorry.
Ruess?
Yes.
And Chair LePage?
Yes, the motion is carried. Thank you.
Thank you all so much.
All
Excited to
right.
have you all over when we open up for our grand opening. We appreciate it. I promise, you're first time.
Okay. All right. I think the only thing we have left on our agenda tonight is the director's report.
Okay, this one is
you all
really,
very much. Have a
really
good night.
short.
Right.
I just wanted to notify the commission and members of the public that the Carmel Adaptation Pathways final report dated May 2020 26 is published. It is on the website. This is the report where they did the study and had to think about, are we going to retreat? Are we going to adapt?
This is a
Or are we
climate
going to protect?
adaptation report.
Right. So the following steps after that will be a policy document. And I anticipate that either we'll get direction from council or the planning commission may choose to create some sort of ad hoc committee to help assist with that policy document. EMC is the consulting firm that's putting it together. The project resides with Mary Bilsey in Public Works, but she will need significant assistance from community planning and building, which will then draw you all in.
And Ms. Jeanette, how does Forest and Beach intersect with that?
So Forest and Beach is not maybe I start this way. Planning Commission is unique because you're both quasi-judicial and a legislative body. Forest Beach is not a legislative body, but they have been involved, like they've received presentations on this report as it has been developed. So I suspect that it would be wise to fold them in, especially if there's an ad hoc group that's created to grab a few members from Forest and Beach. But that's kind of like the plan, the high level, and more to come.
Okay, is that it?
That's it.
Oh, we are adjourned. Okay. Well, Commissioner Ruess, you kind of had a trial by fire tonight. You're doing great. We don't normally go this late or get this far, do we?
Yes, we do.
Well, lately we have.
Can you take Stefan?
Yeah, sure. I'll give him a ride.